Well, hello there. Are we here? Can you see me? I think I'm here. Gorge. Gorge. Hello. Hope you're well. Hope everybody's here doing well. Okay? Okay? We got a $5 sub, tier 1 sub, before we even started. Thank you so much, The Archivist. Mysterious. Made it early today? Hell yeah. I lob Luxander. I lob you too, random citizen. Let's go. Yeah, so I'm excited for today's stream. Not really, because mostly I'm trying to recover from the headache that I woke up with this morning. That's that's the situation that I'm dealing with right now. Like I was aware that I needed to replace my pillow because it's a little too flat. And I just haven't been doing that. So what has eventually happened is I woke up today with the biggest tension headache, just the craziest tension headache, just the back of my head, like, wah. And it woke me up at like 6 in the morning. And I'm still not quite fully recovered from having had a headache at some previous point. So we're just going to do our best today. We're going to do our best. The Ritalin is going to wear off at some point. You know, we've got stories to cover. We've got a story about Finster. We've got a story about, oh goodness gracious. We've got one about a senator saying something really inappropriate in the Congress in Nebraska. We have anti-trans law review, where some southern states are going to be trying to, legally define trans people out of the law, as they do. And a secret fourth thing. Oh, yeah, the thing in the title. Teacher gets fired for allegedly not using a trans teenager's pronouns. So we'll go in depth on all those things. That's what we do. That's what we're here for. We're here to go in depth on all the things. 25 people in here. Hit like if you're enjoying yourself. We're going to chill for a little while at the beginning of the stream, as we usually do. Usually about the first hour. And then the whole stream is usually about 4 hours. So you're here at the beginning. You're here during the chill time. I'm going to watch later, but oh my gosh, you are so pretty. Listen, thank you very much. I want to start. Listen, so here's the actual thing. What actually happened is I got the idea from a different creator to take my wings that I normally would strap to my body, and they're strapped to the chair. And then since that's like that, it made me feel like, oh, I really feel like I should level up my costume game a little bit, if that makes any sense. Like, the wings made me feel like I needed to do a better job of selling the aesthetic and bringing something fun to the show. So here's hoping that it brings a nice energy. Also, my hair is doing all kinds of crazy cool stuff. You can see my white hairs in the front right now, which is like just the way that it's chosen to sit today. You get to see all my silver foxy goodness. But yeah, I'm having fun. As should you. Doing our best. The wings are a cool addition. Yeah, like I've had them since last year. Goth version of chair bunny ears. Pretty much, yeah. It's like, you've got the eye over here, and he does a good job watching over all of you. Got the spikes and the horn stuff over here. And a little tail. He's cute, little tail. But, I'm so often just wearing bum clothes and like a hoodie and yeah. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. So yeah, we're looking forward to a good solid news day. How has everybody's week been so far? We did Monday. Monday, I cracked out all my work. I got all my work done on Monday, and it was not necessarily as short of a day as I wanted it to be, but still, that freed me up yesterday to focus on other things. um, and yeah. Checking on some stuff real quick. Okay. All right. Now my chat's back. Hey, 10K Reasons, thank you for the $12 dono. They say happy almost birthday. Thanks. Yeah, my birthday is the last week of the month, and there's a wish list and stuff if you want to check it out. But yeah, donos are appreciated. Thank you so much. Number go up. Brr. Okay, chat's back. Good, 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 good. It's been chaotic due to the any ledge stuff, but other than that, good. Yeah. It's been so weird. I am trying to do more to take care of myself emotionally. Because here's the thing that I've realized. I have a tendency to just go and go and go and go and go. Whether that's working or whether it's watching YouTube videos and like, you know, keeping myself busy and distracted, even if it's on something that is ostensibly supposed to be fun, like a game, it's still just a perpetual sense of like, I'm just gonna go, 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 go. And consequently, you never kind of process your emotions. So I'm trying to do a little bit better about like just existing in my body. I'm bad at it. I'm so bad at it. I think that's part of why I feel so much better during the months that I'm going to the gym, though. Turns out, listen, if you just feel like crap all the time, there's a good chance that maybe you just need some physical activity. Because I always feel much better when I'm going to the gym on a regular basis. But even still, that's only, you know, I don't know, it depends on, I guess, how long you go to the gym. But or like, if you go for a run or go for a walk, you could be getting, 10 minutes or an hour of exercise, but, you still have all of your other time that you're awake. Finally caught a stream. Welcome in. If it's your first time, thank you so much for joining us. Hitting like on the stream immediately helps the show. It tells YouTube to show it to more people and brings more folks in, and it's good for my channel overall. Then, once you're done hitting the like button on the video, you can click the top link in the description if you want to hop over to the website where we have this custom chat over here with the nice emojis and the ability to donate directly to me without YouTube taking 40% of your money. They take so much of the money. Also, eating vegetables. I feel like crap if my diet has no nutrients. Yeah, I think we get a decent variety of vegetables just because I am trying to cook like not all the same things all the time. But yeah, like I love Brussels sprouts. They're so good. Carrots, especially if you roast them, have no business being that good. I ate parsnips for the first time, I think last night, and it was delicious. Parsnips kind of are just like carrots if you turn the dial up a little bit, and then it's a little bit more bitter of a flavor, I guess. And you do have to do, I guess, a little bit of extra prep work on parsnips because sometimes they have like a really woody core inside and you need to cut that out because it's really not pleasant to eat. But yeah, I made like I did chicken thighs, threw some onion in there, parsnips, carrot, made a little sauce in there, a little brothy sauce. It was thicker than a broth. It was more like a stew type of thing. Casserole, I guess, or like it was almost like how you would prepare the inside of a pot pie, but then there was no pie. It was super yummy. I would like to enjoy Brussels sprouts more than I do. How do you cook them? I think that Brussels sprouts are best if you... Okay, I mean, I like Brussels sprouts, so I would say just cover them in olive oil, salt, pepper, put them in the oven. 425 Fahrenheit for like 20 to 25 minutes. I don't know, it depends on whether they started out frozen, I guess. So that's the other thing. I always get ones that have been blanched and then frozen. When I've bought fresh Brussels sprouts, I'm like, oh yeah, those really need a blanch before you do any of the other stuff with them. So that's just my preference. Um, yeah, and then I think that they go really well with something like a tzatziki sauce. Like something like a tangy sauce is really nice with them. Parsnip sauce is like applesauce, but it's made with pears and parsnips. It's practically dessert. Wow. Interesting. Pears and parsnips. That is an intriguing pairing. Hmm. Thank you for the compliments on the hair. I styled it yesterday, and then I put it up last night in a way that I was hoping would preserve the style a little bit, and this is day 2. So I'm glad that it's working. Yeah, parsnips and pears does sound very strange, but yummy. Mm. Drink water, hail hydrate. Oh my god. I've been like having such a hard time staying ahead of my dehydration. Oh god. That's one of the things about my health disorder thing that I have is that technically I'm like always fighting against dehydration slash low blood volume. Yay. It's so exciting. Do you sleep with a bonnet? I have a bonnet. I don't sleep with it very often because honestly, in order for something to stay on your head all night and like not get moved off, you have to like tighten the elastic enough that it's uncomfortable and I'll wake up with a headache. So I just have a satin pillowcase and I usually sleep with my hair up anyway. Like last night I got a lobster clip and I like I took all my hair and I kind of grabbed it and I like twisted it around and like smushed it down to try to preserve the curl of it all. And then I put the lobster clip just like boom right there. And that's how I did my hair last night. I've become a person who cares way more than I realized I was going to about stuff like skincare and hair care. I also am really craving new tattoos, like so badly. And I'm like, maybe I should ask for tattoo money for my birthday. Maybe that's what it needs to be. Like anyone who wants to get me anything for my birthday, just send me money and like tag it tattoo money and then I'll know. I'll save it for that. Body modification. I haven't done a body mod since like 2 years ago. Like I got my ears pierced the second round of ears. Yeah, it was like 2 years ago. So I'm want to do more body modification. The struggle is real. Ugh. I feel like I'm doing pretty well considering how tired and crappy. You know, maybe that's the other thing about dressing up for something is that it kind of maybe makes you feel a little bit more like participating instead of being like, meh, I have a headache, meh. Because that's been basically my whole day is like, I'm like struggling to read stuff. I'm going so slow. It feels really dumb. It's a dumb day. But everybody has dumb days every once in a while. You gotta appreciate human complexity. What's up, Angelica, in the YouTube chat? Have you heard that Gen Z is apparently looking older than our age? I keep seeing TikToks from people who are 26 and get mistaken for 30 to 50-year-olds. Yeah, I follow at least one person who is in their mid-20s but looks like a dude probably who's about 30. I don't know what the deal is. Is it because of all the growth hormones in the food? Is that why? Is it because everything is stressful and you're aged? That's kind of what I feel sometimes. I'm like, man, part of this puffiness around my eyes is fucking the fact that I can't sleep. I'm 30 and I look younger than a lot of Gen Z. It's crazy. It might be the stress, in my opinion, right? I feel like I'm stressed all the time, and I feel like it does not do a service to my skin. But also, I'm constantly fighting against dehydration, like I said earlier, so it's like I probably have dehydrated skin because of that anyway. The active pew pew drills are a big stressor. Right. So it's like, you know, I was stressed when I was a kid because I was in an abusive environment, but I was not really in an environment that was so abusive that I was concerned that I was going to die at any point. And I think that might be one of the big differences for Gen Z is like from a very young age, they were exposed to an actually life-threatening trauma. Like I do think there's kind of a difference in your brain and in your body between the type. Like I don't think that it's invalid to call non PTSD level trauma. Like PTSD, the definition of it requires kind of you to be like having gone through something that is actually life threatening or that could have been life threatening, basically. Like a serious assault could be life threatening. And so that's one of the qualifiers for PTSD. Um, but you can develop trauma from just like neglect. Just because it's not necessarily the definition of PTSD doesn't mean that it's like invalid trauma, right? So, but I do think that the body still processes those things a little bit differently because I've had like the trauma of growing up not being like in that life-threatening situation. And while I do have a lot of health issues that I think are associated with stress, I don't look old like the Gen Zers do. So I don't know. Hard to say, really. There's also evidence that COVID can accelerate cellular degeneration effectively, which basically mean like it basically telomeres, you remember biology class, you remember AP bio. You've got like all these chromosomes and shit, and there's like telomeres on the end of them, and gradually over time they stop being able to replace themselves effectively. And there's evidence that COVID can damage telomeres, which means it can damage like the cell's abilities and like your DNA's ability to keep shit going. I'm not a scientist. I read about it like a year or two ago. Yeah, this disease is horrifying. Thank you. It's good to see people saying it. That it's wild how many people I know are just, going to indoor restaurants and just all kinds of stuff that I think is really obviously not a good idea. But, whatever. A lot of men look a lot older than they are because they don't wear sunscreen, eat too much red meat, and drink too much beer. I guess that is an opinion. It's certainly an opinion. I mean, I guess, yeah, a lot of guys do. Their skin is not great, partially because I don't think sunscreen is as normalized for men. Who can afford red meat in this economy? It is so expensive. Yeah. Ooh, hot topic. Can we afford it? No. Do we purchase it? Yes. Yeah, I'm fortunate that I make as much money as I do streaming. It's not a huge amount, but like the way that my partner and I have split our responsibilities, I can basically afford to buy. I mean, a lot of the time I buy meat on sale anyway. Like, ooh, this meat just got put on clearance because it's gonna go bad later this week. So I'll just cook dinner tonight with this meat and like, cool. So, you know, I I basically don't buy any meat at full price. Yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. I don't buy meat at full price. And like I need a lot of protein. Everybody like everybody who I have to feed needs a lot of protein and it's ugh, you kind of have to eat meat a lot, unfortunately, just cuz it's so much easier. But no, good question in the YouTube chat. I eat an absurd amount of eggs. Yeah. Eggs are yummy. I can't eat them all the time though. You got to rotate through stuff. That's part of it. I really need novelty with the food. I can't eat the same thing for very long. But Errance wants to know, how do you feel about people having to do DIY HRT? I'm in Virginia, which is halfway decent for it being a southern state with trans healthcare, but I'm told there's no appointments. Um, yeah, I mean, so legally speaking, if you are having to order estrogen, that exists in a legal gray area, and that is not generally not criminalized, I think. Doesn't mean that your stuff won't still get confiscated in the mail, maybe, but you will probably not be criminally prosecuted. However, testosterone for trans men is a seriously controlled substance and very illegal to purchase without a prescription, very illegal to possess and use without a prescription. So I don't recommend doing that. I will say, morally speaking, to the general concept of DIY HRT, that it is obviously the only solution for some people, and it is so dumb to morally condemn it when, like, in order to find it online to buy it, you usually have to go through, like, a website that's set up by trans people with a bunch of information that you have to read before you even, like, get to the point where you're like, finding the links. You have to read about the dosage. The information is readily available. What's a generally good dose? You should probably have your blood levels checked. Find a clinic that will do your, like a Quest Diagnostics or whatever, that'll do estrogen and testosterone checks, and like probably other stuff like hemoglobin and liver function. You want to get tested regularly just to make sure that everything's going okay. I think that when people think of DIY HRT, they're thinking unmonitored transition. And no, it's not unmonitored. Part of the point is that you're trying to find the right dose to make sure you're in the correct range, to make sure that you're going to get the effects that you want. So, yeah, morally speaking, obviously, it's becoming illegal more and more. So if you're telling people that they can't do DIY HRT, what you're telling them is that, if it becomes illegal in your state, you're SOL. And you just have to suck it up and deal with the fact that your prescription got cut off, And that's just not reasonable for a lot of people. One chatter did DIY for 2 years, then went to the doc, and they prescribed the same thing and the same dosage. Yeah. Honestly, considering how many trans people have to inform their doctors in the first place, like, there's this assumption that doctors are by default experts and patients are by default not experts and need to listen to what doctors say, right? But we've talked about it recently as well on stream. I've known several trans girls who have been, like, kept on the lowest dose pill of estrogen for like 2 years. And that's not reasonable. Unlike, after they finally got around to it, they found out, like, oh, my levels could be higher. Like, their doctors were basically deliberately keeping them in, like, the lowest possible acceptable range, whether or not the patients actually wanted that. So doctors will gatekeep. Doctors don't know everything. Gaining expertise in any topic just requires time with the correct resources. So if you are learning with the correct resources, then you will know just as much as your doctor does about what the correct dose, what the correct method of administration is, DIY probably wasn't the wisest choice of attached adjective phrases, but also people should read beyond headlines. I mean, it is do it yourself. It's like you're finding the place to get the blood tests. You are finding out the dosage yourself. You are educating yourself. Like, it is do it yourself. but it's like, how do we convey that message? Like, do we just say what if we just started saying self-managed HRT? Do you think that people would be any more responsive to that? Because it's like, yeah, do it yourself kind of has this like lackadaisical connotation, I think, as a term, whereas self-managed might convey more accurately the idea that it is being managed thoughtfully and carefully by someone. It just happens to not be a certified medical professional. People would absolutely not be more receptive. That's what I'm saying. Like, self-managed. What's up? I thought this was a video notification, not a stream. Perfect timing, just finished work. Welcome in, Eric. Hello. Yeah, respectability politics never works. We can try to make it sound better to normies, and maybe it will sound better to some normies. But yes, welcome in. Since I started taking my medicine, it's just not something that I could stop taking at this point. I've had surgery, so I've got no endogenous hormones. Yeah. I mean, I can predict how that would be treated in the future. If you've had bottom surgery already and hormone therapy is made illegal, will they make exceptions? I mean, I think that they will make an exception, but in the sense that they will, if you're assigned male at birth and you've had vaginoplasty or orchidectomy or whatever, they might be like, well, sure, I understand that you removed your testicles and you can't make your own hormones anymore. That's so sad. Here's a prescription for testosterone. Like, I predict that is how they would handle that. Because they must admit, you know, if you are trans and you've had your gonads removed, or if you're anybody and you've had your gonads removed, you would be reliant on exogenous hormones. Last week, one of my partners said she was saying she feels like HRT wasn't working for her, and it turns out her doc had her on half the normal dose. Yeah. Like, some people, if they're on a super low dose, can be at the level of hormones that they are going for as far as their actual blood content of hormones, right? Totally doable. But is your doctor showing you the paperwork? Or is he just like, yes, this all looks good, cool. No, I'm not going to change your prescription. And then you're just like, cool, he says it's going good. What's up, Dally Greaser? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so listen, part of the reason why we chill out for the first hour is to give plenty of people a chance to keep rolling in, you know? Keep rolling on in. We will start on the serious topics in about 20 minutes or so. 20, 25 minutes, somewhere in that range. So hit the like button, babes. OMG. Oh, happy solstice. Or no, not solstice. Happy equinox. It's the day of balance. The day is equally as long as the night. And it's the first day of spring. So different, like, people, it's different, like, in different places. Like, oh, technically the solar equinox is on this day, but the whatever, sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, the first day of spring is technically on this other day. Like, they aren't always considered the same thing. But I'm just going to say today's the first day of spring. Yeah, it's kind of like the tan suit. It doesn't actually matter that the suit was tan, but there just needed to be some kind of excuse to complain. Today's my first day in weeks that I'm actually trying to get health stuff back on track after feeling ugh for weeks. Hey, I'm glad that you're getting back on it. If you've been feeling really ugh for weeks, you know, take into account the fact that, like, COVID is still going around and 23% of cases are asymptomatic, and that exerting yourself too much after COVID increases the likelihood of you developing long-term complications, including any ME/CFS. So That's why it's so good to test yourself if you're sick and to test throughout your sickness, throughout your period of symptoms, because um you know, if you do have COVID, you might need to do like some really radical rest to ensure that you don't end up with longer term complications. I know it's such a bummer, but you got to be careful. Today's also the equinox, as in the astronomical phenomenon. Hell yeah, entropy fan. So, appreciating spring. Oh no, I put the ring on the wrong finger and now it's too tight. There we go. I have a ring, and it turns out that if I wear a ring, I'm gonna fidget with it a lot. That's what it turns out. I put it on the wrong finger, and it got a little bit stuck, but it's okay. Autoimmune and mental health stuff mixed with the season, but yes, we got to be careful. Yeah. Oh my god, allergies. Anybody else? Speaking of like autoimmune problems, anybody else like, oh my god, my throat has been hurting so much. Like after a stream on Sunday, I popped a cough drop and was like, oh, my throat hurts. So much pollen. I'm waiting for it to happen. My eyes swell up every year. No, I'm so sorry. Oh, that's dreadful. I'm like, yeah, I guess it's okay that you can mostly just see this wing. Like, this wing is just kind of hiding behind me a little bit. Like, and you're not going to be able to see both of them all the time. I'm not paying attention. And 95s are good stuff. Absolutely. Even in, like, allergies. I hate spring because of the grass and pollen, but love spring to start the garden. If any of you out there are interested in garden content, you should check out my second channel, which is currently called Luxander 2, so that you can see my little garden setup for right now. I'm going to be moving into a community garden situation when it gets warmer, but right now I've started my tomatoes and my basil inside. So I've got tomatoes and basil. Follow along on Patreon for exclusives on that as well. Spring. Rude. It's about to be bug season too. And it didn't get cold enough this winter, so there's gonna be so many bugs. Last year was so bad for ticks. Anybody else? Like, in the Midwest here, it was so bad. There were so many ticks. I'm really hoping that this year is better, but I don't think it's going to be. You'd have to like, I want to research what kind of animals eat ticks. I guess birds. So anything you can do to bring birds, they'll eat them. Tomatoes and basil are 2/3 of a caprese salad. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to do carrots as well, but obviously you direct sow those into the ground. So I'll wait until May for those. My favorite thing about moving from Louisiana to Chicago has been the severe decrease in the amount of post-winter bugs. You only get the ticks if you touch grass. You know, touching grass is still important. You just gotta wear your DEET, all right? Wear your bug repellent. Wear a nice wide-brimmed hat. Possums eat ticks. Ooh, yeah. And of course, possums are not cute, so people don't encourage them to live around in the neighborhoods. I'm scared of wearing shorts because of ticks. I mean, yeah, if I'm gonna go tromp around in the grass or in the woods, I'm gonna wear jeans. Like, probably some nice, intense jeans. Ticks find themselves in the worst places. I know. I have one of these mirrors, you know? And it turns out it's really good for seeing for seeing ticks in your grundle. My big goth trip raver pants have drawstrings so I can lock the bugs out. Possums eat a lot of ticks and apparently don't get all the diseases. What's a grundle? Your grundle, it's like your undercarriage. It's like your taint area. Your grundle kind of is all encompassing of like the butthole, the taint, and the genital area. That's your grundle. Or I guess the grundle might more specifically refer to the taint. It's the gooch. Tick bites gave me mammalian meat allergy. No more red meat for me. No! Does that mean you can't eat pork too? Does pork count as red meat in that context? I assume it does. Oh, that would be such a bummer, dude. That would be so disappointing. Not being able to eat red meat anymore. I can't take the word grundle seriously, IMO. It's not supposed to be a serious word. It's not a serious word. No pork, lamb, beef, etc. Ugh. That's so sad. I had lamb for the first time like a few months ago and it was insanely good. Oh, like, man, it was so good. I'm sorry to any vegetarians or vegans here. I do not subscribe to your ideology. And, man, I know an anarchist who isn't a vegan. Blasphemy. Listen, I'm an anarchist who's also a druid who believes in the cycle of life and death being absolutely necessary to a healthy, balanced ecosystem. Doc, I'm afraid you have an infection in your grundle. True. I eat mostly plant-based now. It's pretty good. Listen, I like having meatless meals occasionally. It's just not something that my family can do super often. But yeah, I like buying the meat alternatives and making like burgers out of them. Lamb is more ethical than farm pork. Good to know. Grundle, 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 grundle. I've done meatless stews Cajun style. Yeah. It's definitely, if I'm gonna make something that has no meat in it, it definitely has to have a lot of bite and a lot of body to it. I'm an anti-theist atheist. I'm really a weirdo, I guess. Listen, I'm also an anti-theist atheist. I just don't care about it that much anymore. Like, objectively, I'm against, like, most forms of organized religion, especially the dominant forms of organized religion. I'm against superstition, and I don't believe in any gods. But I'm also a pagan druid, because those are, like, philosophical beliefs. Beans and lentils, yeah. Not everybody likes beans. Like, what do you do? Like, you're trying to balance, like, even with just two people, you know, trying to balance what you both like. What are your hard no's? I also cannot, I bought some dried beans a while ago, and I recently tried to cook with some black beans, and I let them soak for probably at least 22 hours, and they were still, like, crunchy. Not crunchy, but, like, they still had a lot of chew to them after I cooked them. So, like, apparently I cannot figure out how to cook with dried beans. Can you only, like, put them in a stew? Like, do you have to put them in something that you're going to slow cook them? Very annoying. Because I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'm going to save a lot of money and I'm going to avoid the whole, like, making trash with cans. Soak 24 hours and boil for 4. Y'all, I do not think about food that often, that hard in advance. Like, I guess that's the struggle though. I soak and then pressure cook them. Okay, the pressure cook. Other than the pressure cooker, you basically have to slow cook them. Good to know. What's up, Charlotte? Hello. Welcome in. We're still chilling like a villain for the first hour of the show. You can use a rice cooker / pressure cooker with a time delay. That's a good point. Yeah, but the thing, yeah, I just, it was already kind of a monumental thing the other day when I was like, oh, I'm going to remember to soak these beans overnight. So I soaked the beans. Like, and I was like, okay, so I know one full day in advance what I'm going to cook. Meal planning is hard. Most of the time, I just buy some stuff at the store and I'm like, I know that these things could have a meal. And then I go into my recipe app that I paid for and I try to find some recipe that has most of the, like, I have most of the things in it. Swap out some stuff, substitute some stuff. But then, yeah, just cooking all kinds of different stuff and not thinking about it very far in advance. There it is, burpee. Sorry, excuse me. I actually have the evening off work. Grateful for the stream time. We love stream time. I was planning on today's stream being a little spicier, but we're going to save the spiciness probably for Sunday's stream. Sorry if you're disappointed in that. Yeah, I don't mind the plant-based burger patty things. Those are usually pretty good. They're usually made from soy, I think. Lots of soy. Soak the beans in the morning. It'll be enough if you use a pressure cooker for them to not be al dente by the evening. Gotta spice your beans. Well, of course you gotta spice your beans. What else are you gonna do with them? That's an interesting thought, though, the pressure cooker. That's a good idea. Because anytime you need to slow cook something, listen, it's not as good. Having tried, like, the main thing that I've done pressure cook was a roast. Normally what we do for a roast is I prep it in the morning. I sear all the sides of the roast. I saute the onions a little bit. And then carrots, potatoes, broth, bay leaf, beer, wine, maybe, Worcestershire, salt, pepper, all that stuff. And then it slow cooks for like hopefully a full 7 or 8 hours on high on my slow cooker. And then it's ready to eat right around like, 7, 8 o'clock maybe, probably, hopefully 7. And yeah, it's delicious. And one time I did try a pressure cooker beef roast and it was yummy and not as much depth of flavor. So it was yummy and everything, but it was just like a little bit tougher, slightly tougher and not as melty. And, the carrots I don't think had really released all their flavor. So it's like doable to do a pot roast in the pressure cooker in like an hour and a half or whatever. But, I kind of like prepping dinner in the morning anyway. Because then I'm like, okay, cool, I don't have to think about this the rest of the day. So it's like I might as well do it the way that tastes better. And I can just prep in the morning. Gotta date a chef so she can caramelize my onions and julienne my peppers. I would never ask my chef partner to julienne anything. I'm like, oh yeah, do you want to have flashbacks to culinary school? I have an Instapot. So it's a pressure cooker and it is where I do my slow cooking. The one that I have also has like an air fryer basket thing with like a different top that you switch out. So mine it can make yogurt and it can roast and bake and air fry and like has a saute setting. So it's pretty cool. Article 23. What's Article 23? Oh my gosh. I already have 4 news stories planned for today. So I don't know that I'm going to add much to that. But I'll check it out. We can look for sure. My boyfriend asks me to cut shit fancy style and handle all the frying. It's so fun, TBH. He tries but can't see close up. We are opposite brands of Legally Blind. I love cooking, like, a lot. And I am kind of an insane perfectionist, so I've had to try to figure out how to be less of a perfectionist when it comes to cooking food. So, yeah. I generally, I'm like, I make really, really, really good food. And it matters a lot to me for the food to be good, you know? Cheese and onion toasty. Delicious. In order to be a chef, I feel like a felony would qualify you more than a culinary degree. I guess it depends. I feel like a line cook and a chef are 2 different things. That's just me personally. I completely messed up a shrimp etouffee yesterday, and that still feels pretty bad. So yeah, I get it. Yeah. Oh man, I'm sorry, Lord Byron. That's a bummer. Just the way that you phrased that cracked me up. Do you think Gordon Ramsay has a felony? Is that what makes him such a good cook? He's got a violent felony. Hong Kong passes a tough security law. We don't really talk about China all that much here. Keep it open, though. Hey, Charlotte, thank you. 34.99 says, because it's not my B-Day yet, I will be 34.99 years old today, ready to be depressed / motivated by more news. Yeah, it's a grab bag today. You know, we're doing anti-trans law review. We're doing inappropriate behavior in the Senate. Gender fluid person who's super famous gets doxxed, you know, et cetera, et cetera. It's a whole day of news. Please be mindful not to call Hong Kong China. There are a lot of Hong Kongers who take offense to that. Is it like an independent city-state? Or what's the deal with that? Oh, hold on. I goofed this before. It was supposed to be 17 before anyway. And then 17 plus... I can't think. My brain is just soup today. Soup. Soup. Okay, that brings our total up to 51.99. Delicious. Chat's back. A whole day of news. I'm so messed up by everything. I listen to that kind of stuff while falling asleep. That sounds like a bad move. I'm trying to not do the, like, reading the news first thing in the morning thing. Oh man, it's so hard. I really would like to just be not on my phone in the morning, because even if I'm just scrolling Reddit, I'm reading, like, you know, Reddit Am I the Assholes are flying by, and it's like, oh yeah, or r/transgender, and it's like, oh, my mom isn't being accepting, and I'm like, oh my god, I just need, like, something that I can kind of passively consume that is moderately entertaining and not stressful. Oh boy. Before 2019, there were millions protesting every year about the handover and Chinese meddling in Hong Kong politics. Hundreds of thousands to millions. Interesting. Did not know that. Hong Kong does have a separate government and law. China and the British Empire just kind of decided it's part of China, basically. Okay, so this has happened twice now. I heard about Taiwan being functionally its own government, and yet China, like, acknowledges it as it belonging to it. So has China done that twice now? Hong Kong as well. Okay, good. Interesting. Good to know. Hong Kong is an independent city-state as far as Hong Kong is concerned. Interesting. Man, geopolitics. It's a trip. True, expansionism. Yeah, China claiming Taiwan. I was just watching, like, John Oliver, I think, talk about Taiwan, and they were effectively like, we don't need to declare our independence from China or something because we are independent from China. You know, if they're going to be weird about it at the Olympics, whatever, we don't really care. We're just going to kind of keep it moving, you know? Declaring that they're a separate government doesn't really make a difference because they are a separate government. Taiwan is a partition from a civil war, kind of like a not state like Hawaii. Wouldn't it be more similar to like Puerto Rico and how Puerto Rico is like not a state? Because Hawaii does still have Guam, true, yeah. Hong Kong is the not a state state. Okay, okay. Weird. Hey. Charlotte with the gifted tier 1 sub. Enjoy Krusnik. The dicks for being 100% correct. It's a Mayo side in this chat, y'all. There's gonna be no white names left. Genocide. Water. It's Krusnik, or just Cruise. Okay, cool. Cruise. But I like mayo. I think I already said this recently. I appreciate mayo a lot more than I used to. I used to be real grossed out by it, and now I'm like, it has its place. Has its time and its place. Oh my god, y'all. I got like this weird eczema on my face. I don't even know if you can see it, but I'm trying not to touch it very much. It's hard because I rub my eyes constantly, it turns out. Mayo is an ingredient, not a condiment. I can't agree with you on that. Listen, what else do you put on a BLT to make that bitch moist? How do you make that bitch wet? It's a BLT. You gotta put some fucking mayo on there, dude. Like, you know, not a lot. It doesn't have to be slathered in it, but it has its place. And also, aioli is delicious. Oh yeah, I guess if you're allergic to eggs, you probably don't want to eat mayo. Like, sometimes on a burger, mayo is... Oh, man. Like, a little bit of mayo and maybe a little bit of ketchup. It's like, it depends on what the burger is. You don't always want ketchup in the burger. I am a weirdo who's like a pretty big ketchup on a burger fan, but listen. When I was told to add cheddar cheese to a BLT, my life was changed for the better. I think I would prefer a different kind of cheese. Probably a different kind of cheese, but I could see cheese maybe adding something to it. BLT with cheese. BLTC. I guess like if you were to say it out loud, bacon, lettuce, cheese, tomato. That's how you would have to say it. Provolone could be yummy. Mm-hmm. Just gonna keep adding letters. CBLT. Cheese, bacon, lettuce, tomato. I don't think that works. Bacon, lettuce, cheese, tomato. Quinoa, bacon, lettuce, tomato, gravy. Oh god, are we making everybody hungry? I actually ate before stream today like a smart person, so hopefully I won't be hungry for a little while. Like, if the bread is dry, you need something. You need something. Ever had a BLT wrap on a tortilla? No. That sounds dry. Yeah, to put it on you put your BLT on garlic bread. I guess that solves the too dry problem. How do you do it? I guess what you'd have to do is you do the garlic bread, and the side that has the garlic and the parmesan on it, that has to be the inside of the bread, right? It's got to be the inside of the bread so that you can touch your hands will be on the kind of crunchy underside. Fascinating. And if you put like a ton of butter on there and it really soaks in, oh man, we've created a monster. Did I just say I wasn't gonna get hungry? Oh no. Yeah, this is the real bread too, right here. We're bringing it home. BLT plus ranch dressing. Ugh, I don't know if that's for me. I feel like garlic bread would be too big, wouldn't it? You can cut it nice and thin. You know, you don't have to do a thick garlic bread that stays in the oven for a really long time. You can get like a thinner bread and like really saturate it with butter and then put it under the grill, like under the broiler for a little bit. Yeah. Too hungry. Too hungry. Oh, gosh. Those are some great ideas, though. I hope someone executes on some of those wonderful food ideas and then puts them in the Discord server. We have a Discord server. You should come hang out there. It is a good fun time. Anyone like shawarma? I've never had shawarma. I've only heard of it in movies. Excuse me. What's up, Maxie B? First time I've made it to the actual stream. That is great to hear. We have lots and lots and lots of new subscribers right now. And the channel's been bumping. So it's cool that, excuse me, whether you've been a fan for a long time and you've just managed to catch a stream, or whether you're a new viewer who's just catching a stream, we go on Wednesdays starting at 4 p.m. Central, and on Sundays starting at 12 p.m. Central, right at noon. You have to go get shawarma ASAP. I don't even know if I live in Kansas. Is there even anywhere good to get shawarma? Maybe if I lived in Minnesota. Shawarma is like the Arabic version of a burrito. Oh, that sounds yummy. Ooh, the spice blend. I can just imagine the spices. Yeah, I guess somewhere in Kansas City probably has shawarma. Even cheap shawarma is still good in my experience. It is 10 p.m. Yeah, Maxie, so you must be, in, like, maybe Portugal? Or something like that? Like, you're in, Western Europe, right? If it's 10 p.m. over there. So, if you come in on Sundays, we start streaming at... Oh, you're in Scotland. Okay. I was close. But, you can come in on Sundays, and we start at 12 Central my time, which is, like, afternoon, early evening for y'all in Europe. So we love the Sunday show. Also, this week's Sunday show is probably going to be pretty intense, so enjoy. I've had better small town shawarmas than in big cities. How does one join the Discord? There should be a link in the description for the Discord. And if there's not, then you click on the website, and there's a link at the top of the website. The lack of stream delay for you is honestly kind of incredible. How do you go about that? I mean, like, unfortunately, I set my streams up in a way that they have such low latency that they don't support, like, closed captions, for example. So, you know, that's like a bit of a deficit, some people would say. I feel like that's a fair trade-off. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's hard to beat the real-time reactivity when it comes to streaming, because that's the whole fucking point. Like, that's the whole thing. Montreal is a wasteland of bad shawarma. There's a Sunday transatlantic call-in show. Is there? Oh, no, you're just saying if it's going to be spicy. No, we're just going to be covering something very spicy. I have not yet been invited again onto the transatlantic call-in show. I'm sure it will happen again at some point. If you haven't seen me before on there. I always expect it to be more argumentative, and this past time, I don't think we had anyone who was being particularly argumentative. It was so comparatively boring. Spicy call-in show. Oh my god, it's after 5 o'clock. We should probably start. Risky biznew. I'll have to call in and make some incendiary comments next week. I'm not going to be on the transatlantic call-in show next week, as far as I know. So you'll just be debating someone else and depriving me once again of an opportunity to debate someone on transatlantic call-in show. Oh, yeah. I'm really, really excited. My birthday next week. I am turning 30. It's going to be a great time. I haven't actually, like, made any specific plans. I feel like on my actual birthday, I'm going to have to give myself, like, at least some kind of moment or gift just for me, myself. Or maybe, like, the night before. I know. Tell them to have you back on the show or we riot. I'm really looking forward to 30. I think it's going to be good. I think my 30s are going to be... I mean, I've already been laying the groundwork for a good next decade. I feel like I've got my shit together more than I ever have, both professionally and personally. I'm still getting my shit together more, both professionally and personally. I volunteer to call when you're on. I will play a transmedicalist who pretends to care about kids. Don't be silly, guys. Don't be silly. Someone should call in and ask if trans women come from cis women, then how come there are still cis women? Riddle me that, atheists. I should tell Jimmy that I would like to be on one of the more general shows as well. Cuz, you know, it's an obvious slam dunk to have me on the transatlantic call-in show. But I also know, like, most of the, like, Christian arguments. I know most of them. Right? Could be fun. Ooh, dumplings. Yeah. It was recently requested of me to make dumplings. So, does anybody have any recommendations for like, I assume Asian style dumplings, something like gyoza or something like fried dumplings is the request. Ugh. But it's fun. I appreciate the opportunity to do something out of my comfort zone. Dumplings, it feels like something that is going to be really, really time consuming. But I'm not sure. We'll see. I'm just going to have to Google, like, easy dumplings recipe. Please tell me what to do. Okay, 65 people in here. Consider hitting the like button if you have not already. Is a ravioli a dumpling? Listen, I think that there's a lot of stuff that qualifies as a dumpling, and that ravioli certainly qualifies as a dumpling. I feel like that's pretty clear. I basically only for sure watch Sunday when Katie is on. I stream on Sunday, so I guess I can't go on his Sunday show. Sort of depends on what time it is. I don't know what time the Sunday show is. Hear me out, pasties? Are pasties cooked in the oven? Or ravioli is a sandwich? If it's a big enough ravioli... Well, no, you eat it with a fork. Ravioli's not a sandwich. But like a pasty... So you cook them in an oven. But a dumpling... A dumpling is like fried or steamed or boiled. Can a dumpling be something that comes out of an oven? Keep assuming how I eat sandwiches, I guess. Yeah, just getting your fingers all in the sauce, like eating the raviolis. Eating them straight out of the can. Dumplings are made with rice flour, whereas ravioli is made with egg and AP flour. Yeah, because ravioli is pasta. But it has filling. Is it not just a pasta dumpling? Chicken and dumplings is made in the oven in my experience. Okay. Isn't stromboli just a big ravioli? Listen, does anybody else listen to the podcast A Hot Dog is a Sandwich? Because there's an entire podcast about these food debates. What if I eat a sandwich with a fork? I think that you've debased the sandwich. Why would you do that? From an oven, it'd be more like a calzone. Yeah, because I feel like a calzone is really, really clearly distinct from a dumpling. And also a pasty is made with AP flour and not like a rice flour. We Got This is another great podcast for stupid debates. Is an open-faced sandwich a sandwich? No, it's an open-faced sandwich. That's my opinion. You eat it with a fork. You can't pick it up with your hands. Eating a sandwich with a fork is also known as degenerate lasagna. Y'all, I made a one-pot lasagna recently in the cast iron pan. You in the one pan, you like fry up it's not exactly a lasagna because it's not layered like a lasagna, but you fry up the whatever, you put the onions in, you put the tomato sauce in, you let it thicken up, you add some extra water, some broth or whatever, and then you take the lasagna pastas and you put them on the top. And I think that I needed it to be more liquidy than it was, but yeah, it was really yummy. And then it had me put like a cream cheese and garlic mixture on top, and God, it was so good. Is there a saying that all food can be classified as a soup, a salad, or a sandwich, or how does that go? Each individual item can be debated. Yeah, what's up, neurotic canary? Yes, we're talking about food and what qualifies as a sandwich or a dumpling or whatever. Cereal is a soup. Disagree. Soup is a thing that you cook, is it not? Like, soup implies a chemical heating process. Cereal is a salad, obviously. True, okay? There are cold soups, but they go through a process of cooking, right? It's not like just two ingredients thrown together. Like one complete whole finished product, like the cereal is a processed food, and then you just add milk to it. Like, I don't think that's a soup. Is milk salad dressing? Listen. Yeah, in this context. What do I say when they ask if I want super salad? Oh, tell them you want the wet one. All right, anyway. This has been Stupid Conversations with Luxander hour. Oh, Lord Byron. Milk can be salad dressing if you wait long enough. Ooh, that's rough. Okay, I'm gonna drink some water and then we're gonna move into our first topic of the night. What do we want to talk about first? I guess we could talk about Finster first. That's a pretty low stakes conversation to have. I know, everybody's so smuggy about Finster. Especially now that she's gonna be growing her own boobs. It's gonna be just, you're gonna be ravenous. Ooh. Graham crackers and milk is a travesty. That's what it is. Can't get away with that here. Okay. Let me pull up my window where we have all the news. So much news. Graham crackers in general are a travesty. Okay. I'll defend a graham cracker crust on, like, a cheesecake. Okay? Graham cracker crust on a cheesecake? Baller. That's where it's at. What's up, Baphomet? Okay, we're ready to talk about Finster. Finster. Conceded. I appreciate that. I want to see that happen more in conversations where one person gets another thing right and the other person's just like, conceded. I concede that point. Graham pilled. No. No graham cracker milk sludge. That's not what we want. I mean, I'll eat graham crackers if I want a sweet and there's no other sweet around, but yeah. You've bested me in the marketplace of ideas, exactly, baby squid. Dip graham crackers in coffee. See, that, especially like a nice, maybe like a black coffee that's like very lightly sweetened. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, no, that would be really good. I bet you'll dip Oreos in milk. Yeah, I dip Oreos in milk. But I'm not gonna, like, dip graham crackers in milk. Like, the Oreo maintains... First of all, I don't let them turn into complete sludge. And then also, they still have chew to them. Like, yeah, I don't know. I just don't like graham crackers as much, I think is what it turns out. So sad. More graham crackers and milk for you guys. That's more for you. You can keep that. It's all for you. I'll continue to refrain from eating Oreos even though I love them. Oh, being an adult means trying to make good choices. And boy howdy, will I absolutely eat an entire sleeve of Oreos in one sitting and then make myself sick. Yes. Finster is not the goddess of gender, I don't think. I think that you cannot usurp me. Gotta be fast with the dip or you'll lose the cookie. See, yeah, there's like a very narrow window of time of acceptability for the graham cracker before it falls into the milk. Oh, so am I the god and Finster is the goddess? I think that I'm willing to accept that. We're both functionally gender fluid people. I don't want to hear about your soaking, okay? Listen. It's inappropriate. I like the cookie of Oreos, but not the cream. They're balanced. I need both to have a good cookie experience. It's all about the combo. I'm a plural theistic. There is a word for that. Like monotheism versus it's polytheistic. Polytheism. The Oreos soak and I jump up. Listen, inappropriate. Let's see if we can make it to 69 likes during this segment, eh? What you do is you fill a tray full of Oreos and whipped cream, then freeze it. That could be yummy. Ooh. Delicious. Okay. We don't talk about Finster like a lot on this show. You know, it was recently a big news item that Finster finally came out as genderqueer. If you're unfamiliar with Finster, they're, or I guess the pronouns right now on Twitter are listed as he/she, so we will alternate between those two. So Finster is a streamer on Twitch who has for years been kind of playing a game with her audience, going like, yeah, I'm just a man who's cross-dressing and wearing makeup and has long hair and dresses really feminine. And like, it's been kind of a teasing kind of game back and forth relationship where like Finster's been doing this cross-dressing shtick for a long time. And I think at one point even had locked all of their like boy clothes, like all of his boy clothes in a chest. And like every time someone donated a certain amount, it would add an amount of time to how long it was going to be stuck in the chest, like how long all those clothes were going to be in there. And then finally, Finster came out and said, I'm genderqueer. I'm still figuring this stuff out as far as the explicit labels and the identity and everything. But she announced that she's going on hormones or had already gone on hormones like a few months ago. So yeah, you know, it had never occurred to him to transition because I think that it was mostly just a game that she was doing for her, like, mostly cis-het Twitch audience. And then more and more trans people started cycling in, and so she got more and more exposure to that. And that's why he's at this point now where he's on HRT and basically still is like, I'm kind of a man just goofing around with gender, but I am functionally gender fluid. And yeah, it's great. We love to see it, frankly. And hopefully that puts an end to a lot of the speculation because people were speculating a lot about, ooh, is Finster actually trans? Like, ooh, if you're doing this cross-dressing shtick, ooh, you must have something actually going on. And, you know, I generally try to avoid that. I tend to err on the side of, like, not wanting to make people in the public eye feel like people are investigating their private life, you know? Because it's uncomfortable as a creator to feel like people are trying to figure out what's going on with you, especially if it's something you're not ready to talk about yet. Like, if you haven't come out, then it's because you're not ready to fucking talk about it yet. So be chill, right? But anyway, the existence of Finster and the recent news about her coming out as gender fluid was not the point of today's segment. The point of today's segment is that Finster was doxxed in the Times. Like, Finster says, the Times just doxed my full name in an article to slander trans healthcare donations. So let's check this out. It's archived. Puberty blocker clinic accepted £20,000 donation from Sugar Daddy. Gender GP is a private clinic that prescribes hormones to young people and adults, and it circumvents the NHS ban on puberty blockers on the drugs because it is privately owned. So they kind of can't, like, the NHS, it's kind of a big deal. The NHS just made puberty blockers, like, not covered under their program for trans youth anymore. So functionally, because the process over there for teens works, like, you get puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones, effectively, they've just said, yeah, well, on the public option, we're not providing any gender-affirming medical care to anyone under the age of 18. Like, don't even bother getting on a wait list until you're 18, effectively. So privately owned clinics are not bound by those same rules, which means that if you are able to afford it and you're willing to wait on their wait list, you can go to Gender GP Clinic and get puberty blockers for your teenager. Now, I will also say that we covered an article last year about how if you and your family are seeking transition-related care for a teenager at a private clinic, that might be justification for the government to open basically a wellness investigation and like check and see how things are going. So just because private healthcare is hypothetically available, it doesn't mean that you'll be able to just access it without any government interference, even though you're deliberately trying to seek something that the government is like, well, we've decided that we don't want to cover it. The taxpayer doesn't want to deal with this burden or whatever. Like, I don't know what the excuse is. But yeah, so it's horrific that trans youth in the entire country, this is one of the benefits of living in the US, is that we don't have countrywide bans like this for the most part. You know, you can't just declare that this type of healthcare is not going to be covered and also will investigate your family. Like, at least you can't do it countrywide. It goes region by region. So every trans kid in the UK is affected by this, and it sucks. So Finster donated money to the private clinic. This private clinic has, quote, vowed to defy an NHS directive banning the prescription of puberty blockers to children. They accepted a £20,000 donation from a, quote, sugar daddy who paid a male YouTuber, that's Finster, thousands of pounds to behave like a submissive girl. True. So Gender GP has, provided children as young as 9 with drugs that suppress puberty hormones. That's scaremongering. Like, ooh, they provided children as young as 9 with these drugs, but it's like the quote unquote drugs were developed for the use of like stopping precocious puberty. And I think that the youngest ever recorded instance of a person being prescribed puberty blockers for precocious puberty was like a 9-month-old baby, like a freak situation. I haven't looked into it really in depth. That sounds like really intense, but I'm just saying, like, the point of the medicine originally is to stop precocious puberty. And if that's happening at age 6, then you give them the medicine until a normal, appropriate time for them to start puberty. And then you just take them off the medicine and the puberty will resume. But yeah, it's like, ooh, children as young as 9. Like, okay, and? So? Why? Who cares? Okay. So Gender GP said that the company will not be following the NHS guideline after medical leaders concluded that, quote, there is not enough evidence to support the safety or clinical effectiveness of the drugs. Again, we've been using these drugs for like longer than I've been alive, and I'm about to turn 30. Yes, there's a loophole in the guidelines saying that they can be provided by private providers. As a private company, GenderGP is financed through fees paid by the families of children wishing to change their gender and does not receive charitable donations or public funding. However, the clinic does accept donations for a fund it set up to help those who are struggling to pay for their treatment. So you can't donate directly to GenderGP, but you can donate to a fund that then helps people be able to afford the care if they can't afford it. That's awesome. So among those who have given money to the fund is this anonymous American donor, the quote-unquote sugar daddy from the title, who gave $25,000 or 20,000 euro or pounds or whatever the hell that symbol is, as part of a joint donation, along with British YouTuber Finster, whom he paid to be his online sugar baby. So, I actually think that Finster matched this donation, that, this quote-unquote sugar daddy did this, but I think that Finster said, really dislike political stuff, but I made this donation without fundraising to help trans kids in the UK who couldn't afford healthcare. Having said that, I have no problem with puberty blockers being prescribed to give people a better life. Yeah, because this article is claiming that GenderGP only serves children, but it, I think, is for anybody who is on the wait list for too long and can't afford it. Like, I think that adults can, I don't think there's any rule that says that adults can't go there. But yeah, Finster continues, I will happily pledge the entire donation amount again, plus what was matched by my viewer at the time. And for the journalist that asked for my quote 3 hours before the article released, my official quote is, suck my ass. Oh, we love Finster. So, yeah. So the total donation would have been 40,000, which is pretty great. Imagine just having a cool 20K to give to someone. This article is so funny because it's such scaremongering. The donor, who goes by the pseudonym 10 Misses, gave Finster, the YouTuber from Birmingham with over 500,000 subscribers, thousands of pounds to undergo laser hair removal, wear an outfit with the words Daddy's Princess written on it, and sit in a child's chair when he disobeyed his commands. Okay, yeah. Yeah, people do silly shit on the internet. You're trying to link this idea of degeneracy to what's happening at GenderGP, and it's real dumb. Yeah, every time I get a little extra money and start getting ahead, the tax people take it. Oh my god, dude. I am avoiding starting my taxes a little bit because it's oh man, it's stressful when you know you're gonna owe. I know it's not gonna be that bad probably, but still. Ugh. Doesn't Trump's tax stuff expires next year, right? Right? I want new tax policies. The taxes last year sucked balls, dude. Aren't they still going to provide them for precocious puberty? Probably. And that's why it's great that we have the protection of the 14th Amendment in the US, because that's the argument that ends up being used when these laws pass that restrict access to puberty blockers for trans kids, but allow them for cis kids with precocious puberty. Under the law, you have to treat everybody the same. So you can't legally say you can give this medicine to this type of person, but you can't give this medicine to this other type of person because of the type of person they are, which I think is why they do the other thing that we're going to be covering today as of this stream, which is that states are increasingly trying to basically legally define trans people out of the law to say, there is no such thing as gender. It is only sex-based, whatever. So, if you discriminate against a woman for something about being a woman, that's fine. But if, the way that they would phrase it is if a woman decides to start acting like a man, she doesn't suddenly, get to claim sex discrimination as that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So that's why they try to take away that protection. But in the UK, you don't have that equal protection under the law thing. So you can basically have a different standard for people on the NHS. Like maybe even in the rules, it's technically not supposed to be a different standard. But just like they told Abigail when she was trying to get her medical care figured out, basically, they know that the wait lists are incredibly long and they have no intention of fixing the situation. Like, there, at a certain point, there isn't anyone hired to appeal to because people at the highest level of the NHS want there to be a segregated system. Daddy's little pterodactyl. Ah! Yeah, rare dub for the founding fathers. Holy cow. A lot of the tax policies of the Trump era have already expired for the lower and middle classes. Well, shit, maybe the taxes this year won't suck as bad. But he did keep them for billionaires and corporations. Of course, as you do. The European Human Rights Charter was the main motive behind Brexit. Like, ooh, these Europeans are trying to hold us to a standard we don't want to get to. I was kind of wondering, I know that the first 10 amendments were made by the founding fathers, but like I guess I don't know when the 14th amendment came through. Circle back around. Screw the founding fathers. What's up, Corpse Candy? Hey, look at that. We have 69 likes. That's what we like to see. We love to see the likes. In the UK, we've got the Equality Act from 2010, but that's pretty much exclusively for workplace discrimination, I think. Yeah, and the UK has no constitution, so... Okay, the 14th was part of Reconstruction after the Civil War. Alright, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm dumb, you guys. I'm dumb. Thank you for correcting me. Okay, so this article continues. Tenmes also offered Finster money to strip on camera and undergo breast implant surgery, both of which Finster declined to do. So, yeah, I guess the docs is already out there and Finster tweeted it, so it's like not bad if I show the docs or say the docs, but they put the real name out there and their age. They initially grew an online following by making videos about computer games. She began wearing female clothing after telling her followers that he would do so if he received $1,000 in donations from them. So yeah, this just goes in to that other detail that we were already talking about. Oh, did this person dox the chatter as well? Gender GP did confirm that it had been the recipient of the donation, posting on the website that Tenmes and, quote, one of his good friends had given them $50,000 in total. Yeah, so Finster matched the $25,000. Neither the clinic nor the donator responded to requests for comment. I'm reading to see if there's anything else in here that I really should cover. This points out that puberty blockers just suppress the release of sex hormones, which cause physical changes, specifically such as breast development or the growth of facial hair. Like, you'll still grow taller if you're on puberty blockers. You just won't develop the sex characteristics. These have been prescribed to hundreds of under 16s on the NHS since 2011 at the Gender Identity Clinic run by Tavistock. A review of the Tavistock Clinic warned that puberty blockers may, quote, permanently disrupt brain development and, quote, lock in children to an irreversible, life-altering path of cross-sex hormone treatment. Because, again, listen, if almost 100% of the kids that you put on puberty blockers go on to take cross-sex hormones. That doesn't mean that starting puberty blockers is starting on a life-altering, unstoppable path. It means that all of the psychological testing and double checking and multidisciplinary team working together before the puberty blockers started, they did such a good job of weeding people out in that first phase that they have almost 100% success rate in choosing kids that are actually trans who take the blockers and then go on to do cross-sex hormones and remain trans into their adulthood. Frankly, this is a point that someone made on one of my in the comments of one of my videos recently. Honestly, the fact that the detransition rate is as low as it is kind of almost like a horrific indictment on how we do trans care, because basically, the only people who are able to get trans care, or like 98% of the people who get access to trans care, have to persistently go through a rigorous, very expensive, often process. Like that, the detransition rate kind of should be higher because it should be easier to access. Like, it doesn't necessarily say the way we're doing this is good, unless your goal is to have, like, few trans people or few detransitioners. I don't think that detransitioners are a thing that we should inherently be trying to avoid per se, because, like, the price of freedom is that you take on risk. Why are we trying to police people's ability to take on risk? Because that's just, not how we do things in America, or it's not supposed to be. Yeah, the cisgender kids who go on, cisgender kids who go on puberty blockers don't, have like a lifetime permanently disrupted brain development. But yeah, British publication. I think the Times is British. Is the Times British? Yeah, the Times is a daily newspaper from London. So this British newspaper just casually doxing Finster, whose name was not public before this, and which I look forward to promptly forgetting. Equal protection is specifically to address that they knew that the South would discriminate against Black people in the Reconstruction era. That makes perfect sense. Was not intended with trans people in mind. And that's the thing that is annoying, is that suddenly now in America we have this, that wasn't the founders' intention. Of course they weren't thinking about transgender people. So are you going to try to say that the 14th Amendment doesn't apply to trans people because being trans is not, quote, rooted in this nation's history? I have a friend with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome who took puberty blockers so that she wouldn't have periods. She took them until she was 35 years old. She has a high IQ, finished university as a veterinarian, and writes novels. She had to have a hysterectomy later, however, she is doing very well. I mean, yeah, I think that's a crazy amount of time to be on puberty blockers. But it's like, when did she start them? Did she start them as an adult? Or did she take them all through? That is interesting, though. I didn't know that puberty blockers could help with that. Finn has mentioned her actual name on videos, but this article is still super malicious, right? The thing, too, is I think people will sometimes say, oh, it can't be doxing if the information was already public. But doxing, like the first instances of doxing that I ever heard of were things that are ostensibly public, like if you buy a house, the fact that you own it is technically public knowledge, but you would have to go digging to find it. So if you happen to know someone's full name and you go searching for the appropriate public records, you can dox someone. I know someone who had to move into she owned her house and had to move into a different house. And like, I think that they ended up putting only her husband's name on the new house so that they wouldn't be like found in person. Like their address was technically public, but you did have to go searching for it and then taking that information and publicizing it to a broader audience when, oh, all these hundreds or maybe even thousands of people who they themselves would not have done the work to find your address, but now they have easy access to it. And they might be the kind of person who sends you like a dead animal in the mail, It's just not worth the risk. Estrogen and hormonal cycles wreak havoc for a lot of people with joint disorders and arthritis. Yeah, I do think that my connective tissue problems and like chronic pain get worse when I'm having like certain hormonal cycles. I'm not sure if it's property tax records or what it is specifically. Mm. Yeah, being trans in this political climate, even folks who aren't big names are still worried and like have anxiety about privacy and safety. I have been recognized in public, usually in a positive context. Like, I've never had someone be like mad at me recognizing me in public. But the fact that I've been recognized in public means that I feel like, it's warranted to take some amount of care about talking about where I live specifically and other personal information about me and people close to me. It just makes sense. I literally got multiple autoimmune conditions upon hitting female puberty, including one that's typically for postmenopausal women. Interesting that estrogen can affect this stuff. I mean, it kind of makes sense because estrogen is associated with pregnancy and with like female development, and having a heightened immune system can protect like your zygote or fetus when you're growing it. So I guess it kind of makes sense that women, like childbearing individuals, would be physically developed to have more of a like there's a stronger immune system, basically like a stronger immune response. But also, and then also, estrogen, again, being associated with pregnancy and the fact that the human body has to expand and change a lot. It makes sense that high levels of estrogen are associated with more loose connective tissue, and like more pain. Because, yeah, of course, your body, like estrogen, is trying to make room for you to be able to expand, to make room for someone. Mm. Zygote is a perfect supervillain name, really? There are also immunosuppressant hormones associated with pregnancy. Yeah, so that your immune system doesn't attack the fetus. Oh my god. Oh, gaga gaga. Anyway, that's Finster got doxxed. That's that for that today. Stream notes. Put it in the notes. Okay. What is today? Today's the 20th? Yeah, because it's the first day of spring. First day of spring, benches. Nope. Incorrect. There we go. All right. Now my notes are all updated. pregnancy suppressing the immune system is another point in the fetuses are technically parasites box. Yeah, I mean, I think that the human zygote is super aggressive compared to other zygotes. I mean, probably because we only get one at a time usually, so it has to be really aggressive. But that's why we have a menstrual cycle that thickens the uterine lining, because it like really wants to dig in there, and you need to have like this extra padding or it'll like perforate your organ or whatever. Hey, that's great to hear. We will include that when we get into our coverage of what's going on in Nebraska. Spring is hailing in Michigan right now. No hail. I saw online that there's supposed to be like a crazy snowstorm next week. Like in the last half of the week, it's supposed to sweep all across like the very northernmost part of Kansas and like through Nebraska and Minnesota. Apparently it's going to be like a multi-day long storm. So if you live in the Midwest, fucking buckle up, Buttercup. It's going to be crazy. I was just wondering if we were going to have our last, because listen, my birthday is at the end of the month, right? And it's like, okay, today's the first day of spring, so next week it should be springtime, right? But it consistently snows on or just before my birthday. So I was wondering this year, are we even going to get that annual Lux gets really annoyed because it's snowing on their birthday thing? But yeah, it's going to snowstorm all week, so I'm just... and I was just getting all bent out of shape about spring being too early, so... Are you familiar enough to give a TLDR on Gamergate 2? No, what's Gamergate 2? Over in Virginia, we're getting up to 65 or 70 during the day and then drop to 30 or 4 or lower at night. Yeah, make up your goddamn mind. Don't appreciate it. Don't appreciate it. Oh gosh. All right. We're at 73 likes. We are between topics right now. We'll start up a new topic soon because it's 6. Oh, it's almost 6 o'clock, which means we're at about the halfway point for the show. I'm doing so good, you guys. I had the craziest headache, and I'm doing so good. No worries. Have fun tonight. I'm so excited to start the D&D campaign that my couple of friends of mine are starting, but man, it might not be until sometime in April. Such a bummer. Like maybe not until mid-April. Like, it's such a cool idea for a D&D campaign. I had pipes freezing in my house in mid-April several years ago. Like, decide what time of year it's gonna be. Stop swinging back and forth. Ugh. Gamergate 2.0 looks like Chuds got mad and Matt Walsh decided to jump in with right-wing money and Daily Wire's media platform, or pretty much what Jonathan said. What did Jonathan say? Gamergate 2 feels like it's going to be the sequel that tries to capitalize on the initial success of the first movie but falls flat and sucks. Yeah, I hadn't even heard about Gamergate 2. Headaches are the worst. Yeah, I got a new pillow. That was my solution to the problem. That's what I decided to do. So, listen, if you have not yet hit the like button, consider hitting the like button, okay? It's super immediately helpful to the show. We love it. We regularly recently have been getting up to like close to 100 viewers at a time, and that's only possible when you guys like and comment and share the content. Oh, Walsh said that grown men should not be playing video games and pissed off Gamergate. Oh no. What a dummy. You're alienating, like, a lot of your core audience there, you silly bean. You silly little chicken nugget head. Oh gosh, alright. We've got a couple more stories tonight. A Gamergate is a kind of bread. Delicious. I don't need 69 lakes, okay? 69 likes would be good. To me, the original Gamergate felt like the turning point where it was no longer possible to feel safe online as a queer person. Games have always helped with my dysphoria. It certainly clarified the whole anti-SJW thing. Like, it's associated with Gamergate. And this idea, like, oh, get your progressive whatever out of my games. And it's like, okay, do you genuinely feel like you own this art form? Like, that everything in this art form should be catered to you? And they do believe that. Like, they might not admit it in so many words, but that is the entitlement of the behavior is, you know, do you think that there are no Black folks or women who might be interested in connecting with the story on a level, like maybe seeing people like them, being able to play a story that feels familiar instead of like always having to basically like, oh, I guess I'm going to try to empathize with this character who I don't really have much in common with, you know, like the way that you feel about these rare one-off opportunities to put a Black person in a game or have a woman protagonist in a game, like, yeah, man, okay, you feel like you can't connect with the material, cool. Go back to the 99% of all other games and shut the hell up about it, you know? Like, it's the entitlement is crazy. The idea that, like, every single title needs to be something that the average cis white male gamer can truly empathize with. Yeah. Walsh. What a weirdo. They did take the weird babies off the website, I think. The weird Matt Walsh baby with a beard thing. They realized that that was a little too creepy. It didn't look good for the brand. Such a weirdo. He's got problems. I just cannot stop fidgeting with this ring. It's hematite. I have a nice little hematite ring. Isn't that lovely? Isn't it lovely? The straights are truly not okay. Should we do like a Reddit React segment sometime where we do like r slash the straights are not okay or whatever the hell that one is called? Could be fun. Like a best of all time. Are the straights okay? It's super common nowadays. Trans channels doing, or I guess all kind of channels doing Reddit reaction content. Excuse me. I watch a lot of that. All right, well, good to know. Please, I need more brain dead content. No thoughts, head empty. These are not the droids you're looking for. Just Jedi mind trick me into having no thoughts, head empty. Yep. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time. My hair is so fluffy. Ridiculous. What a mess. Okay, we do need more brain dead content. I'll keep that in mind, okay? And on that note, prepare for more thinking and analysis time. Suck it, you guys. Have you ever used Shea Solutions leave-in conditioner? No. I don't have a leave-in conditioner in my rotation yet. I recently got curl creams instead of leave-in conditioner, but I would like to try some leave-in conditioners. We'll see. I use different products on different days. It's a whole mixture of different stuff. I've basically stopped using shampoo though, because shampoo is the devil. It dries everything out and it's the worst, and it takes my hair like an entire week to recover. And you're supposed to shampoo like once a week. Like, girl, what? No. Okay. I guess we can cover this Aaron Reed article first. First of the remaining 3, of course. Curl Gang, yes! This is my day 2 curls, too. Like, you know, it's not the cutest, but it's definitely doing something. What's up, Richard? That looking cute AF. Listen, I'm really enjoying the... So yeah, basically, if you haven't already seen, I have my dragon wings here, and it was basically like, okay, well, if they're gonna be there, then I feel like I need to put more effort into matching that aesthetic. So it's like, I feel like it would be almost kind of a letdown if you saw the cool wings, but then the person in front of the chair is just like, I'm just wearing a normal hoodie. I don't know. Yeah, the wings are super cute. They're attached to my chair instead of my back. So, yeah. Stealing ideas from other people. Oh gosh. All right, let's go. Coconut? Consider the coconut. Ooh, we're at 80 likes. I wonder if over the next 2 hours we can get to 100. That would be pretty lit. Liddy. Okay. There are, like, all kinds of anti-trans bills all around the country doing different stuff. Most of the ones that we usually cover have to do with sort of direct attacks on access to healthcare, for example, like restricting youth access to puberty blockers while carving out exemptions for forcibly changing intersex babies, and revoking gender marker changes and making it so that you can't, like, be stealth, basically. If you apply for any job or apply for any apartment, it would be something that you wouldn't, you know, have to out yourself every time you produce an identification for, which means that you can be discriminated against more easily. Like marking you, almost, in a certain way. Like maybe in a similar way that you might wear, like, a pink triangle, you know? Like, having an ID that doesn't match your appearance is functionally the same as having to carry around a thing that says, I'm trans. And, you know, we have actually even seen some laws introduced that create 2 different designations on a birth certificate. One is your sex, and the other is your gender. The sex one you can't change, but the gender one you can. So it's like, again, creating a system by which trans people have to carry an identification that outs them as trans, that declares them as trans. Yeah, papers, please, for sure. In this case, we have states advancing bills that seek to define sex legally in a way that does not include trans people. So currently, sex classification is how we protect trans rights. We, you know, that whole, you're not allowed to discriminate based on, like, race, sex, religious belief, etc. Generally speaking, it's been considered through the court system, basically, that if you're discriminating against a male for having a relationship with a male, like a gay man, that is sex discrimination, because you wouldn't penalize a woman for being in a relationship with a man, right? And then similarly, with trans people, if you would punish a man, like a trans woman, so like if you perceive it as like a man wearing a dress, if you would punish that person in the workplace, but you wouldn't punish a woman, a cisgender woman, for wearing a dress and high heels or whatever, then that's still sex discrimination. So that's why trans people have protection under the law for the most part in the US, is because the courts have interpreted that sex discrimination includes these other issues. And so the response now is to attempt, in this example, in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, trying to define sex to exclude trans people from any legal recognition. Let's see. Basically, they're introducing bills to define sex in a manner that excludes trans people, which could, of course, affect birth certificates, driver's licenses, access to bathrooms, and other gendered or sexed spaces. Of course, it's called the Women's Bill of Rights. I actually think that that's the one. Did they call SB 180 the Women's Bill of Rights in Kansas as well? Hi, I can't use the bathroom publicly in the state of Kansas without potentially getting kicked out or arrested, so yay. Also, yeah, what are you supposed to put as the sex for people who are XX or XY, like XXXY with androgynous sex traits? Well, don't you know, it's totally legal and fine and moral, quote unquote, to change you at birth into something that's more normalized and then just slap an M or an F on you and call it good. Jiminy Christmas. It's so surreal to me that nearly every southern state wants to basically outlaw trans folks. Like not even just southern states, like Kansas, Missouri, these places, like Kansas fought to free slaves. I genuinely, like, historically think of Kansas as like a place that is capable of being progressive. Yeah, Nebraska, it's not a north-south thing anymore. It's, the central conservative states and then the East Coast and the West Coast. Like, that's basically the entire center of the country has been consolidated into Republican power. Anyway, so Aaron points out that this bill, this Women's Bill of Rights, does it aim to protect access to birth control or abortion? No. Does it seek to ensure equitable pay for women? No. Does it, allocate funds for or promote women's athletics in any way? No. Are there any provisions in it aimed to curb violence against women? No, of course. So in this Women's Bill of Rights, allegedly, what really is being done to further women's rights here? Mainly what they do, is just categorize sex based on reproductive capability. In Louisiana, let's see. The primary focus of the one in Louisiana is on restricting bathroom access in schools, prisons, and shelters. But there's a particular section of the bill indicating that, quote, any provision of law enacted by the legislature or any rule adopted by a state agency or other entity subject to the Administrative Procedures Act, when applicable to an individual's sex, shall apply those definitions provided in this provision. And I'm assuming that is going to refer to, like, what gametes you create or what you were assigned at birth or whatever. So it's that same thing that they did in Kansas. Oh, we're introducing a bill that's ostensibly about protecting privacy rights in the bathroom. And oh, it just so happens to also absolutely fuck over your ability to have documentation that matches your appearance. Out of curiosity, what's the best state for trans people? That's not New York or Canada. People say good things about Minnesota. I'm of the opinion that Washington or Oregon are going to be good places to be, but Minnesota has like a sanctuary law. And, I would guess that places like Vermont and Connecticut and stuff would be okay. Like, but I don't know. Ultimately, it just depends on whether you're urban or rural is what sucks. It's the biggest difference. Even if you want to move to Washington, well, the only queer safe part of the state is to the west of the mountain range. So, like, if you're queer and you might want to move to Washington State, I hope that you are cool with living basically in Seattle, because that's kind of the only, like, queer safe place in Washington. If you go east of the mountains, you're in creepy rural redneck hillbilly territory again. So, you know, frankly, that's kind of crappy. Okay, let's see. The one in Mississippi defines sex based on reproductive capacity and puzzlingly states, according to Aaron, that for transgender individuals, equal does not mean same or identical. Notably, the bill does not provide a definition for equal, a term that is also left undefined in similar legislation in other states. So this is basically, you know, I think that this is trying to address the whole separate but equal thing. Like, you know, you can be equal under the law and still not treated the same, is what they're trying to say. So, you know, we might consider you equal under the law, but that doesn't mean you can use the same bathroom as, quote, regular women. Ba-ba-ba-bum. There's been a similar debate in a comparable bill in Iowa, which is currently stalled in the legislature there, in part because of disagreements over this equal versus same line. As for Senate Bill blah 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 in Mississippi, it would ban bathroom access for trans individuals in publicly owned facilities, such as rest stops and the Jackson Airport. Yeah, man, imagine being in a layover and being like, I literally can't piss during this layover because it's illegal in this state. Yeah, exactly. Like, separate but equal was outlawed, right? So they're trying to come up with a new way to justify this. Because, you know, oh, obviously black men and black men and white men are the same, you know, in the sense that they're men. So they should, you know, if we're trying to say that black people are equal, then they should be able to use the same bathrooms and the same fucking water fountains. But yeah, they do try to make this argument that, excuse me, like, oh my God, I'm so burpy. It's insane. Like, oh, discriminating trans people out of the general population into separate spaces is somehow, like, not the exact same separate but equal type of discrimination. I guess they're basically just like, the argument again is like, it's a lie that you can change your sex, therefore you must always use the bathroom of what you were born, you know, no matter what kind of violence that incurs on you. And then the J.K. Rowlings of the world would say, well, if you trans women are so worried about using men's restrooms because they're so dangerous, why don't you just work to make men less violent and make men's places more safe? Like, okay, cool. Like, just deny trans women the opportunity to have equal access to spaces for women, and then put the onus on them to change problems with men, because as historically is the case, you know, men are so keen on listening to women's input. They're so keen on listening to the input of people that they consider to be degenerate male fails, like, who they consider to be F-slurs, right? You know, men are definitely going to change on account of what women say. The argument of nuh-uh. Solid impression. Thank you. Anyway, I got called sweetheart by a stranger at work today. Yo, I have to say, the sexual harassment lately has been happening a little bit more for me. Like, not out in public for the most part, because people don't talk to me in public, but I mean, that's not entirely true. People are nice in public, but whatever. Um, yeah, I just there's been more comments about like, wow, I know you're talking about something really important right now, but I just have to say, oh my God, you're so gorgeous. What a beautiful woman. And I'm like, okay, bye. Why are you doing this? Like, I don't think people realize like this is my job, and even if I weren't married, I am not interested. Like, no, thank you. Oh my God, I gotta drink more water and then continue with this article. 86 likes. Wow, we might actually get to 100 today. Look at that shit. Right, if I were trans femme, it would be like trans affirming misogyny. Yeah, I don't know. It's such a miss. Anyone who'd be weird over the internet probably wouldn't have the guts to approach a 50-foot radius of you. Like, listen, I think I'm really pleasant to other people in public. Like, I'm always super pleasant. I say thank you. I open the door for people. Like, today I went out and I was going through a double door. Like, there's the inside door and then the next door. And there was a young guy who held the door open for me, the first door. And then, I'm ahead of him now. And I opened the second door. And I was like, and I'll return the favor. And he kind of chuckled. And I think it was a little bit unexpected. Like, yeah, just be chill to people. But other people don't be chill. It used to be like, oh, gross. I feel so affirmed. And I am over it now. Yeah. You do get over it at a certain point. I mean, I even think for young women, when you first start getting catcalled, you're like, ooh, this person thinks of me as I'm so grown. But then it quickly becomes a problem. Very quickly. Water. Delicious. Mersh says, I hate to admit it, but I do tend to hold the door for pretty women more quickly than I would for others. I'm not in the market for pretty women, but I could easily see a similar pattern developing for me. Then we have Alabama House bills, two different ones targeting trans individuals. The first one specifies sex based on reproductive capacity for all vital statistics purposes. Meanwhile, the other one does not directly define sex, but will reportedly be amended to add language that extends the Don't Say Gay legislation to space camp. Okay, great. This addition comes after conservative media expressed outrage over a trans individual being employed at the state's renowned space camp, and which could be used to target trans employees in state facilities more broadly. That's crazy. Yeah, 5 states have passed similar legislation already, including Kansas, yay, Montana, North Dakota, Tennessee, and Utah. Yeah, oh my God, I don't even want to talk about Kansas right now. I'm so fucking mad. But okay, so here's a map from the Movement Advancement Project. So this is not Erin's her like travel advisory one. This one is talking about just whether state law explicitly defines sex to allow discrimination against trans people, or whether there's a state executive order explicitly defining sex to allow discrimination against trans people. So, yeah, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Montana, North Dakota, like it's this entire center chunk, with maybe the exception of Colorado. And like, of course, like Minnesota tends to be kind of blue, but like this entire area right here is just going to be effed in the A for a really long time. Erin points out that the implications are profound because individuals who've long since updated their identity documents may face the reversion of those documents back to their assigned sex at birth. Again, ex post facto, can we get some respect, please? State-issued identification documents obviously can be employed to enforce additional anti-trans laws, including the bathroom bans. Yeah, like imagine having to produce your ID in order to be allowed to go into a bathroom. And of course, these restrictions create complications for trans individuals who've legally updated their federal documents to align their gender identity, because now your federal documents are conflicting with your state-issued documents. I guess at that point, I would just use my passport for everything, which I still need to get one. I should do that. Probably before I do anything else relatively expensive. But yeah, like, ugh. There has to be a caveat that you recognize all women are pretty. All women deserve the door being held open for them. All women are princesses that need to be doted upon. No. It's exclusively the states with population density of early interstellar colony planets. So yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? They want it to be possible to discriminate against us in every avenue possible, and they'll take any avenue possible to get there. What's up, Agnes? Yeah, you're gonna catch the last hour and a half of the show, for sure. If she's pretty and wearing a MAGA hat, I may not hold the door for her. Yeah, if you're wearing a MAGA hat, open your own damn door. Winter's Night, welcome in. It's crazy how the small town mindset will lead to people being like, XYZ people are degenerates, except for Larry from down the road. He's cool. Oh, that's fucking funny. I had a thought. I know, shocker. Um, about Dead Domain's videos. I know that a good portion of my viewers watch Dead Domain, and I watch some of their content sometimes. Particularly, I watched their 2 videos about infiltrating CPAC. You know, it's a 2-part thing. The first one is like an hour and a half. The second one is like almost 2 hours long. Love Dead Domain. They're super cool. And I was, watching and listening to those videos, and something that kind of stood out to me is that several people... Agnes, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Gotta get my dicks back. Appreciate you. One of the things that I really, really noticed that stood out to me a lot was that several people who Dead Domain engaged in conversation, or who engaged them in conversation, were talking about feeling like estranged from their kids and, not having as many friends anymore type of thing. And as annoying as it is, and as much as I don't want to foist this responsibility onto marginalized and oppressed people, I think for our own sake, it's important to remember that these people are being abused. Now, they are also perpetuating abuses. It's possible for victims to become perpetrators, especially if they're being manipulated into serving the manipulator's will, right? These people are vulnerable. They're old. Their kids are already not spending very much time with them because they're adults and they have their own children, right? So, these people aren't in community with people, and they're being sold a narrative that, oh, everything is so scary. These immigrants, these black people, these transgenders are going to ruin the country, and China's going to take over everything, and then Russia's going to bomb us. And they've been fed this narrative of fear. And then they're told, you can only trust Mr. Trump. Like, you can only trust us. Everything else is fake news. So they're being deliberately isolated. There's a reason why these people's kids don't want to talk to them anymore. And it's because it's a tactic of isolation. And that's like the abuser's number one go-to move. So as much as it's awful to have to, you know, extend empathy to people who you view as like attacking your existence, I think most of these folks, the reason why you can convince a Republican by making friends with them is because the problem that they're having is a lack of connection. So if we keep going, you're evil, I can't believe you would say this or whatever, like if you keep demonizing them, these lonely old people, they're just going to go back to the community that they were already in. It's like that. I see this post go around about religion sometimes that's like, you know, what is the point of religious proselytizing if it doesn't really work? And the response was, because the point of religious proselytizing is not to convert you. The point of religious proselytizing is for that religious person to try to convert you, to be rejected, and then to return to the church to get love bombed. That's the purpose, in this person's view, of religious proselytizing. So, you know, in a similar way, the conservative tries to engage a conversation with their liberal children, and their liberal kids are like, this is so fucking stupid, I can't believe you're still watching Fox News, I told you to stop watching that shit. And then they go and they talk to their friends or like whatever, like they go hear their pain being validated by right-wingers, you know, your kids just don't respect you, you know, they you know, whatever. Like there's this whole system built in where you get validation when you come back. You're like, oh, you know, my kid really pushed back on my beliefs, but I know that we're right. I'm going to go back to this conservative group and be told how brave I am for standing up to their satanic arguments or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I think that we just don't spend enough time really considering why a person becomes this kind of Republican. You know, how did you go from being like, I want there to be lower taxes, to I hate these immigrants, and then furthering on to like, and also I hate all these other groups of people? You know, that phenomenon is worth not just acknowledging, but studying and then incorporating into our tactics. You can't just write off an entire swath of people because they're too stupid or whatever. That's the point of this advocacy and of connection and building community, is like, you know, I'm going to start a community garden. And like, Kansas is kind of hit or miss with whether you're going to meet people who are liberal. There's several very big liberal cities here. Or if you're going to meet some people who are like rough around the edges or rednecky or what have you. And you have to exist in the world with those people. You don't have the option to just, oh, I can't, like, we just can't live with these people. You have to. Like, even if you could move out of the country, you still live in the world with these people. You still share, like, oxygen with these people. You share a global network of natural resources with these people. And, you know, maybe it's too hard to do with your own family because they're heavily invested in a way, like, and, you know, they might view you as just some dumb kid that they raised, whatever, you know. I'm not saying go put yourself in a situation of conflict all the time, but I'm just saying, you know, even if you don't go out there and talk to conservatives compassionately, and I don't expect you to do that, I think that for your own well-being, you should be mindful to have empathy and compassion for people who've been sucked into a cult, who've been duped. You know, people who are members of a cult are vulnerable people who are like easily influenced, and that's not their fault. So the thing is to, just for your own internal well-being, not being angry at people who ultimately kind of don't have a lot of control over what's happening to them. Yeah, and obviously, I don't want to suggest to you that you should compromise your safety. Again, like, I'm not even saying that you need to engage with these people, but that keeping that in mind, that they only have so much control over the narrative that they've been fed. If they were not equipped with the skills to know how to properly research, how to properly identify sources. Listen, we are talking about a group of people who will lose all of their retirement money to scams, like where people call and pretend like, oh, I'm your long lost son or whatever, you got to send me money to blah blah blah. Like, these are old people who are vulnerable, and the way that scammers get them is by faking personal connection. And that's how the conservative party is scamming them, is by faking personal connection and faking this idea of like power. Because I'm an only child, I keep in contact with my mom a lot. So the clash of generations thing is not so extreme, but she is still fairly boomer brained, and it still takes me back sometimes just how much intensely predatory right wing shit is out there, designed solely to suck older people in. Yeah, if you're not like maintaining regular contact with your family members who are older, they are vulnerable to this. They will get sucked into this. Frankly, if I hadn't just decided that it wasn't worth talking to my grandparents about my gender transition and the fact that I've been consistent with my gender for 15 years, like maybe if I hadn't dipped out completely, assuming that they were a lost cause, then they would have accepted my younger sibling who came out as trans, you know? Like, I'm not saying it was wrong for me as a 15-year-old to be like, I'm not going to even bother talking to these people at all. But it does mean that my family has potentially lost people who might have otherwise been supportive, you know? And I'm, again, not saying that the onus was on me to do anything different either, but it's the fact. The fact is that 15 years ago, we didn't have all this hatred and whatever, and that if they had had a positive relationship with a trans person who could answer their questions throughout that time, then when this whole hullabaloo came up, they might not have been as easily sucked into it. So we just all have to make our choices about where we spend our energy and acknowledge that, yeah, no, like, you have to live in a world with these people. So we have to find some way to hopefully get them on side. These people feel powerless and unheard. That's why they're so easily duped by the likes of con men like Trump. He says, like, oh, I'm doing this for you. And then they believe him. Yeah. Incels who hate women are lonely. They're being taken advantage of. Exactly. So, yeah, I'm just saying, just keep in mind that it's not good for you to hate people who are just being manipulated. You don't have to do anything with that knowledge except, like, hopefully find more peace in yourself. That's all. Oh, gosh. Okay, I think I did kind of basically finish this story already. And then that was a separate tangent that I'm probably also going to include. Okay, I do want to put that up on the channel, though, because it's important to me. Corpse Candy says, I turned my mom from a conservative into a socialist slash borderline communist, though it took a lot of time, like years. Now she's firmly left and LGBT positive. It can be done. it took years for me to become whatever socialist, communist, and then like now I would consider myself probably closer to anarchist as far as like perfect ideals go. Um, and it took years for me to develop to that point, even as someone who is specifically open to those ideas. It, you know, I have been paying attention and watching myself be radicalized. Like, especially by, weirdly enough, I think Philosophy Tube has radicalized me because she puts words to things that I have been feeling for a long time, Like, I've been aware that I'm being radicalized as it's happening, but it did still take years for me to get where I am. I try to offer casual talk and discussion, and I have had some success with that, but only in person. Internet is toxic for this. Yeah, I don't really think that changing people's minds over the internet is like a thing that you should try to do. It just doesn't seem super effective. Not super effective. Radicalize me, mommy. True. Oh my God. Listen, I just have to make this aside really quick. Ooh, we're so close to 100 likes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Um, I'm I've not really been excited to watch any Star Wars anything in years. I think the last time I was excited for a Star Wars movie was like anticipating The Last Jedi maybe. Or watching any Star Wars content really. I love Pedro Pascal and I am still like not excited about the prospect of watching The Mandalorian, but I am excited about Acolyte this summer because Abigail Thorne is supposed to be in it. And she's probably not going to have a very central role because I don't think that she was in the trailer at all. But now that the trailer has dropped, she's allowed to say officially, I'm going to be in it. And then once the show drops in like June, then she's going to be able to talk more about what it was like to film and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I want to see more of her acting because her performances in her videos are so fun. Yeah, I don't even like Star Wars, but I'm going to watch it because of her. Gore bless. Okay, Agnes, you gave me a donation earlier and I didn't add it to the thingy-mabobber because I was in the middle of talking. But now it's added. Look at that, $56.99 for today's show. Bing, bang, boom. We're doing so good, Gorge. What is the Acolyte about? Bro, I don't know. Here's my impression that I get about Acolyte based on the trailer because the trailer was like a minute and a half long, okay? It takes place 100 years before any other Star Wars story that's been put to screen so far, according to Abigail. So it takes place like none of the events or people or any of that shit like are going to be stuff that you've already seen or any characters that you're already familiar with. The impression I get from watching the trailer is that it's going to be basically this premise that I've seen in the books of, there are numerous Jedi, but there is only like one or two Sith. The Sith are more powerful than the Jedi because their power is more concentrated in two individuals instead of being spread out over like all of these different people tapping into the Force. And the premise is like, okay, someone is hunting and killing Jedi and like reducing their numbers. And it's some powerful Sith who is powerful enough to knock over like a bunch of Jedi at once with their Force push. So, that's kind of what I am assuming that it's going to be about. Having watched the trailer. And apparently Trinity is going to be in it. I cannot remember her name for the life of me. The actress who plays Trinity in The Matrixes, which, girl, I'm so happy for these older women getting these badass roles. Like, it seems like this is finally Hollywood is taking this hint that we want there to be stories where Carrie Ann Moss, thank you, where older women are just busting it out. Yeah, is she going to be in it? I don't actually know. I heard someone saying that in one of my group chats, but I wasn't sure if that was accurate or not. Yeah, Old Republic is like thousands of years before any of the events that we've seen in the shows and the movies. So we're excited for good shows. Yo, like Invincible, the second half of season 2 is airing, or maybe has finished airing by now, maybe. So I need to watch season 2 of Invincible. This is pre-prequels era. Yeah, this is like 100 years before anything that has been on screen so far. So like we've done Solo, you know, like that prequel thing. This is going to be like 100 years before that. Yeah, not tied down by any of the Skywalker character obligations. Okay, let me get this out of here. We've got 2 more stories to talk about tonight, y'all. I'm hyped for The Boys in June. I would love to watch The Boys, primarily because I love Carl Urban. Wow, my brain really fubbed that up. Carl Urban, he's the best. And I will literally watch this entire show because he is the best. So, House of the Dragon Season 2, supposed to be airing, I believe, in August. So I am so hyped for that. Billy Butcher, is that his character name in The Boys? Anyway, it's gonna be a fun year for television this year. I was watching some videos. Listen, I'll get into the topics again. We have to cycle through and talk about something nonsense for a minute in between the politics topics, or I will lose my mind. So we're just gonna talk about movies and TV for a minute. Oh my god. I don't know what I was about to say, though. The Ritalin has officially worn off. I want them to do another Judge Dredd movie with Carl Urban. That was a great movie. Yeah, it's gonna... Oh, yeah. I just started watching this channel of some guys who... the video is titled, like, Game of Thrones lovers / haters watch House of the Dragon. And I don't know why they chose to watch House of the Dragon first. Maybe just because there's only 1 season of it and it's less of an investment. But then they've started watching Game of Thrones Season 1 now. So it's one guy who's seen all of it and likes it. There's one guy who's only seen like 1 or 2 episodes. And then there's 3 guys who've never seen it at all. And one of them is like, I'll admit it, like I used to be a hater. I used to talk a lot of smack on Game of Thrones. But now I've decided I'm going to try to be more open-minded because House of the Dragon was really good. And it's really, 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 really funny because they're like pointing out things in their... It's like, you know, good observations as far as movie watching, good things to like point out and like, oh, this clearly means this, whatever. But they're doing it in this like white frat bro kind of tone that is just really funny to me. Like, you know, in that first episode... the little girl, Arya, is like, she's in sewing class and she's doing a bad job and she's all about being in sewing class. And then in the next scene, her little brother is like firing arrows. And then she, from behind him, so further away from the target, she has a more accurate shot than he does. And then he runs off chasing her like, how dare you? And then one of the guys in the room is like, oh, look, she's not made for sewing class. And I'm like, yeah, buddy, you got it. And then there's the scene where they get the letter that's like, oh, the king is coming up to Winterfell. And one of the guys is like, oh, is he there to choose a new hand? And you're like, good job, buddy. You're able to understand what's happening in the story and like make little predictions. I don't know why. It's very funny. Oh, listen. I like Game of Thrones past season 5 is just, I'd be like, not worth watching. I don't know. I still will watch up to but I usually get bored in the 5th or 6th season. I'm like, nah. It's like watching a golden retriever. Yeah, it is. It's like, look at you. What'd you bring me? You brought the ball? You got the ball? Like, I don't know why, but it like feels almost kind of mean, but I mean it like in a nice way, I guess. I'm like, look at you. You got it, bud. It sounds fun. I never got big into Game of Thrones. Yeah, it's It's not for everybody. It's whatever, I'm not gonna tell people that at this point to get into it. You'll enjoy it for like 5 seasons, and then who knows? Yeah, it had the best ending ever. Best ending, most well thought out ending. It's the same vibe as John Mulaney watching CSI. That seems like it could be fun. We have support for the nonsense. More nonsense, please. I remember the Red Wedding. Do you mean like as a cultural event? Tyrion's trial as well. Those are the big scenes. I appreciate Game of Thrones because it gave Pedro Pascal like a sweeping career at this point. Speaking of the Tyrion trial. I liked that one time in Game of Thrones when they just had one episode entirely black screen, only sound. Was that like a mistake on HBO's website? Oh no, you actually did watch it. Never into it, but had siblings who watched it, or siblings-in-law. Like, oh, I'm just passively absorbing. Best scene is Oberyn versus the Martell. Nah, I don't think versus the Mountain is the best scene. You can think that, and I respect your opinion. I like the Oberyn Martell scenes where he gets to talk and be cool. I've not watched The Last of Us. I would really like to. I hear very good things, and I'm very interested in seeing it. The Mandalorian, meh, I don't know if I care. I'm sorry. Stop trying to make us care about Star Wars. Yeah, I know, crap, what's his name? I can't remember his name. No. What is his name? Nope. It's another guy. He's another guy who's in it. Don't tell me his name. Shh. Nick Offerman. There we go. I got there. He's in it, and I heard good things about him being in it, too. Last of Us is so good, I cried constantly. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. That is not a selling point for me. You're like, ooh, watch this show. It's gonna make you really emotional. Like, no, thanks. Oh god, did you watch Andor? No, I've heard good things about the politics of Andor, but I feel about Marvel the same way I feel about Star Wars. Like, I feel both the same way. Like, make some original stories for me to care about. Have some original ideas maybe once in a while. It's obnoxious. Like, Marvel is good because it's a good popcorn movie. Like, ooh, I just kind of want to tune out for the next 3 hours. Do you like Doctor Who? I stopped liking Doctor Who. So, as far as I remember it, we watched Peter Capaldi's first season. Yeah, that's not the point. The point is not it being an original storyline, you guys. Like, stop trying to force this IP. Tell a different story in a different universe with a different premise. Like, I don't want to go into the story being like, oh, well, this is another. Oh, there's gonna be people who are force sensitive and like, ooh. So therefore, I'm thinking about the specific technology of the Star Wars universe that I'm already familiar with. Like, that's what I'm like. Tell a new story. Of course, within the same universe, you can keep inventing more characters to talk about, but like, just stop. Capaldi is one of my favorite doctors, so I quit watching Doctor Who not because of Capaldi, but because of Clara and the way that she was written. Like, I just hate how Stephen Moffat writes women, and I was really over it at that point. And even like going back through it now, I love River Song. I love the way that Alex Kingston brings the character alive, but also she suffers from the same problem where she's just the Doctor's manic pixie dream girl whose entire life revolves around him. Like, that's what Stephen Moffat does. He writes women whose entire existence is about the doctor. And it's so fucking annoying. Like, it's just not enjoyable at a certain point. Like, oh, another woman who's in love with or completely obsessed with the doctor? Wow. Yeah, Russell's back, I've heard. So I missed out on most of Capaldi's run because I only watched his first season, and then I haven't watched any of the Lady Doctor. So, yeah. It's not my thing anymore. Moffat, I think that Harry had the exact correct criticism about Moffat, which is that he is great at writing one-off episodes, and he is terrible at being in charge of a show's entire direction. Keep him as a writer, he'll write you amazing one-off episodes. Like, I mean, Silence in the Library and Forest of the Dead, like, 2 amazing episodes. Of course, that's where we start the whole problem with River's Song. But, yeah, like, I don't know. It's like he's good at introducing an idea, is basically what Moffat's good at. He's good at introducing an idea. He's good at wrapping up a story in one go. And then, it's like, otherwise, you take Moffat's ideas and give them to someone who is better at story structure and doesn't hate women. Like, that's what I want. Anyway, let's move on to our next political segment, eh? We've got 2 more, and we've got about 1 hour to cover them. Russell T Davies is so good at casual representation, it feels so natural instead of pandering. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed Christopher Eccleston and David Tennant. They were both great. Like, I loved both of their runs, The characters felt very fleshed out to me. I loved Donna. Oh, God, I love her. Absolutely. They had kind of a difficult time transitioning from, like, Rose is so in love with the doctor, and then, like, oh, and then Martha's kind of in love with the doctor, too. But then she becomes a badass, and then Donna's like, no. Cool wings, thank you. They're attached to my chair. It's an idea I stole from someone else. Thank you, Charlotte, for the $12.01. They said the 99 cents was bothering me, even though it was my fault. This is better. Nice. Cool. I'm guessing that'll bring us up to 69. $12.01. Yep. 69. Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you. We were briefly talking Doctor Who, and now we're going to move on to a new political segment, probably. Someone asked, and I responded, but we have more politics to do. And we're so close to hitting 100 likes. Can we make it? Yes, we can. Finish my coffee from this morning. Today was one of those days where I forgot that I should make coffee until like 11:30. I was like, oh yeah, I would probably feel way better if I made coffee, wouldn't I? All right. Which one should we end on, y'all? That was a good first episode of the Doc Talk segment, though. Absolutely not. No. 102 likes. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate you. So we have 2 stories left. One is the title issue, Teacher Sacked for Refusing to Use Trans Students' Pronouns. And the other story is about a senator making inappropriate sexual comments, basically, during a Senate debate, like a floor debate in the Nebraska Senate. I probably wouldn't watch the Doc Talk. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. I have thought about, and I might even go ahead and do it just for fun, is like occasionally recording videos where I'm reading from Aragon and like paraphrasing it down and like talking about the story and the structure and all that. Because they've re-picked up the talks. Of course, they had been discussing making an Aragon series with Disney Plus, but then the writers' strike and the actors' strike. So they're picking that up again, apparently. Of course, the author is not able to say a lot at this time, but that's exciting to me. Was it another Republican senator? Of course it was a Republican. No, it's like, yeah, it was a Republican senator saying something inappropriate while discussing an obscenity law that they were discussing. Doc Talk boating segment. I am not a water person. I enjoy water in small amounts. If you get too much water in one place, I'm not your boy. That's not for me. I'm all about the sustainable producing things / life stuff. Yeah. I haven't been talking about it as much because, like, I just feel like my problems are much more immediate right now. Although I should be, like, I feel like my therapist a couple years ago insisted that I start, like, imagining hypothetical futures. Like, even if the worst case scenario would happen in this particular situation, I want you to be able to imagine your future afterward. So, like, that's part of why I talk so much about, having a farm homestead thing where you survive the climate apocalypse, is because I know for a fact that we are facing down extreme global climate catastrophe, and I know for a fact that it's going to result in all kinds of crazy food shortages and disruption of supply lines and stuff. So looking at a future that is that apocalyptic and knowing for a fact that it's going to go that way, like, there is basically almost nothing that can be done at this point to change the trajectory. Like, this winter was hotter than it ever has been, and those extremes are just going to get more extreme, right? It's not going to, like, go back at this point unless we do some very extreme things to catch a lot of carbon and stop producing any carbon, like carbon dioxide, whatever. So, and like, those changes are just not going to happen. So yeah, in order for me to grapple with the reality that the economic system is as bad, like, as it's worse than it's ever been, and the climate is worse than it's ever been, and that these problems are not going to get solved soon, the way that I cope with that is by imagining myself successfully growing my own food and producing for myself and creating community sustainability. Like, and like, the idea that I could purchase, like, enough land that I and my neighbors could discuss, like, how do we put more water in the water table so that if there are droughts or anything, let's make sure that we still have plenty of water locally. And that, like, if you get enough people involved in that process, you can change the climate of a local region. And yeah, that's the optimism. That's looking at a very really fucked up situation and going, here's the best case scenario for me surviving the worst case scenario situation. Like, assuming the absolute worst happens, here's me succeeding through that anyway. So that's, I haven't been doing it as much lately, and maybe that's why I feel so shit lately, is that it mostly just feels like everything is bad and I don't see it getting better. So that's why I spend so much time thinking about that stuff. Aragon would be cool. Yeah, I would probably do that on a third channel, actually. Not a second channel, but a third channel, most likely. Water in abundance is excellent. It's the things that lurk beneath that you should worry about. They are always there, and they are faster than you. Why? Are you new here? I have the phobia. Sunfish are slow. Yeah. I watched a video recently of one orca by itself just absolutely torpedoing a great white shark. Just, like, it's a top-down shot, and you see the shark just kind of doing shark stuff, and then out of the side of the frame, just this fucking orca just bodied this great white shark. It's so fast. That shit has to hurt so much. Do you ever watch Doomsday Preppers? Sometimes, I guess, kind of. I mostly watch gardening channels at this point, But gardeners and doomsday preppers both, you have to be kind of careful because sometimes they're creepy MAGA people. So, I mean, I guess that doesn't mean that I can't still steal their knowledge. That's a good point, I guess. It's like, I'm just going to absorb your knowledge and be less hateful about it. Yeah, the good thing is that orcas don't typically, like, attack human beings in the water. I don't actually know that there are any reported instances of, like, orcas attempting to hunt people or anything along those lines. There's a group of us out here in southeast Kansas starting a community garden now. Nice! I live near a community garden already, near-ish, so I can drive a little ways, and like, oh, I'll have access to a community garden, so I'm trying to figure out exactly which one, like which plot that's still to be seen. Mammal solidarity. Not to be a downer, but that's why I just don't even bother with hypothetical futures at this point. I mean, I do think it's important to imagine a hypothetical future in which you are coping with the badness of what's happening. Like, my therapist would say that that's super important. I guess my previous therapist, my new therapist might agree, but it wasn't her original idea for me in my treatment. Let's talk about Michaela Kavanaugh. And what is this guy's name? What is his name? I don't remember his name. I gotta pull up the article. Steve Halloran. It's a balance, right? Preparedness, but not fixation. Right. And it can be fun, right? Like, I've looked up some classes where I could learn how to shear sheep and spin their wool into yarn. Like, there's an entire series of classes I could take about that. I could learn how to ferment food. Like, I could learn how to can. There are classes I could take. Obviously, it sucks that they cost money, but, there are classes available where people will share that knowledge with you. I could learn how to mow grass with a scythe if I wanted to. So taking that opportunity and going, what are some skills that I would be able to use if I couldn't access XYZ? And also, are there going to be people who might benefit from this? Like, if we all run out of gasoline and nobody has one of those neat little push mowers, knowing how to scythe, shit. Like, you could do your neighbor a favor by scything some of their grass, and then they could give you something that they made. I don't know. Like, it's a mutualistic relationship. Yes, and getting to know the kind of people who do all those things. Super important. Yes, actual socialist praxis. Oh my god, I gotta drink water, and then I'll start the segment. Oh, neurotic, it's your cake day. I don't know if any of you in chat can see that symbol or if it's just for me, but happy cake day, neurotic. I think it's the birthday of you creating your account on my website. I think that's what that is. All right. We've talked about the Nebraska Senate before. In the state of Nebraska, they don't have a House of Representatives. They only have a Senate, so it's unicameral. And we've talked about them before because Senator Megan Hunt is the mother of a trans child. And so she's spoken out about anti-trans legislation in the state. Excuse me. Another character in this saga that we've talked about before is Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Excuse me. We know of her for similar reasons because back when Nebraska was trying to pass anti-trans legislation, Senator Kavanaugh, like, basically led the effort to filibuster. So we talked about it, a bit last year or maybe the year before. Goodness gracious, it's been a long couple of years. But Today, we're not going to be really talking about Megan Hunt, but we are going to be talking about Michaela, and we are going to be talking about another senator called Steve Halloran. Currently in the Nebraska Senate, they're reviewing an obscenity law that's aiming to ban more books from public schools, effectively. They're trying to expand what is currently already considered unacceptable material to give to young people. And the way in which Senator Halloran chose to go about arguing for his point was wild. Like, so wild that I can't play you the video of what he said. Like, I can't even quote him directly. I have to allude generally to what he said because it was really messed up. Let's see. I'm not a doomsday prepper. I'm just prepared. Regardless of what the future, which future occurs, I want to be more self-reliant and able to survive no matter what. Yeah, that's totally fair. And I agree, maybe I over-prepare. Okay, cool. I'm still gonna end up, like, potentially saving money because I'm growing a bunch of my food. And maybe even that could turn into a business where I'm selling stuff locally, right? Like, anyway. So they're having a legislative debate about keeping obscenity out of K through 12 schools. So a reading was being done. So when Steve Halloran came on to give his portion of the debate, he decided to read a passage from a book that's in, I guess, some schools. Again, like, I don't know what evidence has been produced that, like, allegedly this group is not only in schools, but was allegedly assigned to students. Like, okay, cool. So he decided to read from this book. It's called Lucky, and it's by a person called Alice Siebold. And he says he found it in 16 school libraries in Nebraska and that it was assigned reading for some accelerated reading classes. That tells me that it's accelerated reading classes. Do you mean like advanced placement English? What do you mean reading classes? That's a weird way to phrase that. Anyway. So this book is about Alice, her experience of experiencing sexual assault, sexual violence, and this article describes it as rape. And this guy decided to read an excerpt and I have the video here, and I started listening to it earlier, and I was like, I can't play this on stream because it's talking about a violent event, this particular passage. And what this senator decided to do was he would say something, a quote from the book, like, I want you to do this sexual act. And then he was like, Senator Kavanaugh. Now, I will point out that Michaela Kavanaugh's brother, John Kavanaugh, is also a senator in this body. So the Senator Halloran claims that his mention of, quote, Senator Kavanaugh was directed at the brother, John, and not Michaela. But because they're both called Senator Kavanaugh, frankly, if there are any victims of sexual assault in the body, like, that was probably not a cool thing to say. And, like, yeah, to allude to, like, a sexual assault happening to someone in the body. It's crazy. Michaela Kavanaugh called it inappropriate, disgusting, out of line, and unnecessary. She says, colleagues, that was beyond the pale. She was tearful, saying, that was harassing. That was a book about sexual violence. I have done nothing but try to have a respectful debate with Senator Albrecht, who, Albrecht is the one who proposed this bill. And she says, I've tried to have a debate with Senator Albrecht about her bill, which impacts my children. And Albrecht said she had left the floor during Senator Halloran's reading, but she was mortified by Kavanaugh's name being invoked. Kavanaugh continues, I didn't know you were capable of such cruelty. That was unbecoming of you and unbecoming of this body. I hope other people that are Republicans will stand up and defend me. He then posts, like, a video, justifying his actions. He said something like, oh, the reason why this is so inappropriate is because this book is basically a guide for how to sexual assault. And several people have called on him to resign. Megan Hunt, of course, who we discussed earlier, called on him to resign, but also Republicans have been calling on him to resign. So John Kavanaugh did weigh in and said that Halloran seems to have missed the point of the book. There are graphic scenes in books and graphic things that happen to people in real life. Continuing stories have context and they give meaning to the people who read them and feel alone. They adjourned 18 minutes after Senator Halloran's comments. They were like, well, this is not a time to have debate. Basically, everyone in the chamber was so rattled by what was brought up and the fact that it was directed toward another senator in this way. They ended up adjourning. Let's see, there's more over here, I think. Lucky was one of the most banned books in the country during the 2021-22 school year. So it's already illegal under Nebraska state law that it's not okay to provide obscenity to minors. Yeah, John Kavanaugh said, yes, life is gross and very unpleasant, but that's what life is, and people who experience that want to know they're not alone. Yeah, he's basically trying to say, like, here's a reason why this would be in a school. And here's the thing, guys. Here's my little 2 cents on it. It's not like rape wasn't a subject that we went over in English class when I was younger. For example, To Kill a Mockingbird is a book about a black man being accused of a rape that he did not commit. So when I was in, I think that was 8th or 9th grade, so, late middle school, early high school age, we did an entire book about a false rape accusation, basically. And like this whole trial of like, how could he have even forced her? How could he have hit her if his hand is all messed up or whatever? Like, if you're in an advanced placement class, advanced reading class, then yeah, it makes sense for teenagers to have discussions about sexual assault and to, hear depictions of it in this way that's like, here's this vulnerable situation that I was in. So maybe you might become more aware of vulnerable situations. Like, oh, maybe you wouldn't have realized that doing something could have gotten you hurt, and now you know. Or maybe you're the kind of person who doesn't really have a ton of empathy for others. Maybe you are the kind of person who has pressured girls your age to do sexual things with you, and reading an account of like how it feels to someone to be sexually violated, maybe that is the key point of empathy that you need in order to understand that your behavior is inappropriate, right? There are a number of reasons I could give for why it's good for youth to have access to not only knowledge of, but even graphic depictions of harmful sexual acts or harmful acts in general. Conservatism, among other things, is an essay cult, so they definitely don't want to talk about it. Yeah. I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings is another common classroom book that depicts it. Is that the one that I was trying to think of earlier? I was trying to think of the name of a book. Did I read this? No, I did not read this one. Or at least this was not the one that I was thinking of. Good shout, though. Maya Angelou. Yeah, isn't the point of school to provide context for reality? Like, literature class does this through storytelling. Okay, let me see. Michaela Kavanaugh says, that was so out of line and unnecessary and disgusting to say my name over and over again like that. You don't know anything about anyone else's life, and I can tell you that women in this body have been subjected to sexual violence. Continuing, yeah, I didn't know that you were capable of such cruelty. Oh, he goes, oh, if you'd listened closely, I was addressing her lawyer brother, John. But that also is missing the point because how do you know that her brother hadn't been sexually assaulted at some point? Like, in the context of a book being taught in a school, these things being taught in a school are going to be contextualized. There's going to be, like, hey, by the way, this next chapter is going to have a graphic scene. So if you're, you might want to avoid reading it. Like, when I was a teenager, we read Elie Wiesel. What the hell was it called? I can't remember what the book was called. It's his book about the Holocaust, and like it's like an autobiography. It's like his book about his experience in the Holocaust. Night, thank you. And there's a scene where he notices that the girls, as they're standing at attention in the camp, like they were just like bleeding down the sides of their legs because they weren't being provided with sanitary pads for periods. And like we discussed that harsh reality, and that was middle school for me. I would have been 12 at that time. And my teacher was like, oh, so for the boys in the class, you might want to skip this next section or plug your ears or whatever, because we're going to be talking about something kind of graphic related to what girls experience. Like, yeah, when you're in the classroom, you're provided with context and you're like, we're addressing this for this reason. And we're going to explore the themes and explore the ideas. Did this character do something right or wrong? Like, what were the circumstances? Like, what is the experience like afterwards? Also, like, if a traumatic thing happens to you where you're harmed, how do you deal with that afterwards? Like, how many people out there don't even know that what they've experienced was sexual assault until they learn the words for it? This is why we encourage sex education for young kids, because there are kids who can be like having things done to them by adults around them and they don't know what it is. They know that it doesn't make them feel good, like it makes them feel violated and bad, but they don't know what is happening to them until you start equipping them with the language. So I think it's kind of the same logic for, understanding consent sometimes means having hard conversations about consent violations. And that just seems totally normal to me. But not only are these Republicans against the teaching of these things, but they're also willing to be deeply inappropriate in front of God and everybody. Like, while you're doing your job, you're basically reading sexual remarks and then directing them toward one of your colleagues. Yeah, with appropriate context, they're very able to handle the content. You just have to give them some credit. Yeah, if you study Greek and Norse mythology in school, like Greek and Roman mythology, you're going to have to talk about rape, Like, the whole story of Cassandra is that she was a priestess and then she was raped and then cast out of the temple and like cursed by Athena to like, you'll have all correct prophecies, but you're cursed to have no one ever listen to you. Like, Medusa, what is the way that she is because she was sexually assaulted, Basic education about the classical studies requires discussion about sexual assault. But yeah, being informed is the thing that they're against, as per usual. I do hope that this dude resigns. I don't think he's going to. I actually don't hope that he resigns, I think. I want there to be some kind of punishment where he gets kicked out of his job. If he resigns, that's too nice. I want him fired. The one thing Trump is good for, let's get him in. You're fired. That's the only thing he's good for. He is going to be term limited, but the supposed investigation that's happening will take months. Annoying. But I will say, more other news that's not in these articles, because Cruz brought it to us fresh off the hot presses. This law has been voted down, as I understand it. This obscenity law that they were trying to pass that apparently required quoting an intense sexual assault scene in front of the entire body. Yeah, it has not passed. And hopefully that means it's going to fizzle out and die, but it seems like they're going to keep doing it. I'm honestly kind of surprised that this is the particular book that he read out of, and then he didn't pick something like genderqueer to show, like, the pictures that were in it. Because I assumed that by obscenity laws, they were going to be targeting exclusively trans content or queer content, as they do. Yeah, Cruz with the real-time journalism. Appreciate you. Ugh. You can't see him because he's kind of hiding, but do you see my dragon? My little Durg? He's a little Durgy Durg. And my many necklaces. Yeah, this stuff cannot be allowed to slide. Yeah, that's crazy, Phoebe. Started my period a full 2 years before I was educated about it. Useless. I spent a long time feeling like I had done something wrong and flushing my underwear down the toilet. Oh no. Later, Cruz. Have fun out there. Enjoy. Yeah, he's my cute little buddy. He's my cute little guy. He's keeping my shirt from riding up because this shirt wants to, like, go up on my shoulder. Yeah, thanks for reminding me of Chaya Reichik's asking Taylor Lorenz if she wants to see a picture of a blowjob. Oh boy. Totally normal people things to do. I think I've seen... Wait, was that another part of Dead Domain's video? Because I think that happened at CPAC when Dead Domain was, like, talking... Someone brought up the book Genderqueer and, like, I think tried to show them pictures from their phone about it. I could swear it was like 3 hours of content, so maybe I'm not remembering right. But what is up with these people being like, yeah, look at this porn I have on my phone? Like, what? Like, personally, I don't think that the images that they're showing in the book Genderqueer are porn. It's not meant to be titillating. There is such a thing as, like, naked bodies, and even there is such a thing as, like, depicting sexual acts in a way that is not pornographic. I know that this is like a big brain... amazing concept to the conservatives that they're never going to be able to wrap their head around. But, you know, what was it? Was Vosh saying that he saw a video of an entire child being born? So, okay, that's a video that you were shown in school, probably middle school or high school, where you're witnessing a cis woman's genitals and an entire baby coming out of it, like ostensibly sexual body part, the result of a sexual act. Very graphic, very bloody, very, like, some people would be like, oh my God, I can't believe you're letting children see this. But that's what sex education is like. And look at all these things I consider obscenities, which I keep on my person at all times. Yeah. Like, I remember being jump scared by a birth video in the middle of an educational sex ed tape. And you know, I know that this is a stupid example, and it's just bringing it up because it's funny. Monty Python's The Meaning of Life. There is a scene where there are a bunch of students in a school at, oh my God, the things that my dad let me watch when I was a kid. There's a bunch of kids in a school, a bunch of boys at a boys' school, and their teacher, who's played by John Cleese, is like, he's talking about sex and educating them, and then his wife comes in and she gets naked, and he's like narrating the sex as it's happening in this super clinical, non-sexy way. He's like, and then the man inserts his penis, and like he starts thrusting in and out, and then the woman can push back with her hips, and then she kind of moves a little bit, and he's like, "Thank you, darling," and like it's so stupid. Yeah, the school scene is later, but it's the point remains that even in the most extreme of situations where they're depicting literal, actual human beings having sex in the same room as you, like the context of it can completely change whether it's titillating or whether it's enjoyable in any way. Nudity doesn't essentially mean something lascivious or prurient. Okay, I'm done talking about this now. I'm going to include that Monty Python segment in this broader segment about this senator saying this, but yeah. Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is good. Don't you get me started. I will go on. I love that movie so much. I watched it so many times. And there's the other song. Oh, the one, oh, I can't remember his name. But he's like, just remember that you're standing on a planet that's evolving, revolving at 900 miles an hour, or whatever it is. There's a whole bunch of numbers in it. It's orbiting at 90 miles a second, so it's reckoned. The sun that is the source of all our power. That's a fun one. Okay, my stream notes. I need to add this. What is this? Kavanaugh. Cool. Only one segment left today, y'all. Look at us trucking through the news. Not me singing along at all. Would singing it yourself be a copyright strike? Technically speaking, yes, actually. If I sing a song in my video, that is considered a parody or a cover. Like I think it's considered a cover. So that would require me to have legal permission to reproduce that content in my video. Now, I'm a small enough streamer that it probably wouldn't get caught. But yes, legally speaking, I cannot sing clips of a song without it technically being an infringement of intellectual property. I might need to rewatch Meaning of Life. True. I don't know if you know, any popular shows that you all watch, but stuff like, you know, Mythical Kitchen and Good Mythical Morning, sometimes in the silliness of the discussion, they'll start to sing a tune and then they go like, oh no, I gotta do something else. And they might like sing the same words, but to a totally different tune. Because yeah, for a big company like them, like Mythical Entertainment, of course, it's gonna be noticed if they do an illegal cover song, basically. Fair use, you're using it for educational purposes and discussion. Listen, fair use, you would think that it would get you, but I remember back in the day, I used to watch this guy called Matthias. Don't watch him anymore, but he would do parodies and stuff. I've been on a GMM binge. I do it myself too. Sometimes it's just like, I just need some wholesome boys in the background. Did you see the Brolonoscopy video? Very funny. But I watched this guy Matthias who did he did skits where the one in particular, I remember him really, really bitching about it, was he did a Taylor Swift song and they didn't sing any of the words. There was no music whatsoever, but they did the lyrics, pretty much word for word, the lyrics from the song, and they turned it into a skit. And that was like the copyright, like demonetized, like all ad revenue goes to Taylor Swift for a parody skit using the words. That was not considered transformative enough to fall under fair use. You would think that would be transformative enough, but fuck you, apparently. Like, no. Yeah, and that was like 10 years ago. So I don't know if it's gotten any better since then. Better, worse, who knows? Ooh, we have 11 likes. I love that. I love that. It's not Taylor Swift's fault. It's probably the company that owns her words. So, whatever. It's not her personally, but it is whatever company she signed with that owns all of her music. Dumb. As a Swiftie, I want to see that. I can try to find the link for you. I don't know if I'll be able to. Like, I don't even know if it's public anymore. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that Markiplier was in this one. It's Taylor Swift Bad Blood parody. There you go. You can have it. It's not actually testing or setting fair use law unless it goes to court. Yeah, and it's like not worth it for most YouTube level content creators to go after a company like Disney or whatever company Taylor Swift works for. We live in the worst possible dystopian capitalist future. No starships or cattail cybernetics. I want the cattail cybernetics. Listen. Not really. Okay, we only have one segment left, you guys. Oh my god. That's so dumb because Spotify only pays its artists like a millionth of a penny for every 1,000 streams. Someone I care about in my life was telling me that they feel a little bit weird because they found out that one of the bands they listened to, they were shitty for some reason. And so they were like, I feel kind of bad still listening to their music, but I listen to it on Spotify, so it doesn't really pay them anything. And I was like, I mean, if you're going to listen to it, then that's the way to do it, for sure. That's the way to go. She owns almost all of her shit as of now, but I won't go on. It's a whole thing. Fair enough. Fair enough. I appreciate, T Swift as an artist. It's a whole complicated issue. Like, it's her job, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying it was her fault in the first place, so. But yeah. I can't, but how old is that video that I just linked you? Let me reopen the tab. And then don't play the song. Wow. This uploaded. Nope. Why? Why would you do that? Uploaded May 23rd, 2015. So almost 9 years ago. I'm old. This is like a channel that I was really into back in the day. Drake made a whole $20 from Spotify over the last 6 months. Hell yeah. Love Spotify. Okay. We're going to talk about teacher sacked for refusing to use trans students' pronouns. I'm going to drink a little bit of water, and then we'll start. And that'll be the last thing for today. The last official news segment for the day. Oh, it went down to 110 likes. It was at 111, and now it's down to 110. Why would you do this to me? Why? I was recently talking with a coworker about missing the early aughts internet, and I realized it did a whole back in my day. It was 112, so I unliked. Listen. So since we keep hitting 69, and then we keep hitting 100, the next goal, what's the next funny number? It can't be 420. That's way too big of a jump. What's our next goal? Is it just like 111 is a good one. 123, true. 123 is the next goal. And then 150, and then 200, I guess. Yo, I am so psyched about how quickly the channel is growing right now. We've gotten like 1,000, more than 1,000 new subs over the last 28 days, which is crazy because I was just absolutely trapped at 30,000 for a really long time. You know, Social Blade, how Social Blade has like all these different stats for your account, and there's also like these future projections. It's been stuck at a while. Like, it's basically just been like, oh yeah, with your current channel growth, in about 2 years, you'll get to 40,000. And it's just basically been that way for the 2 years that I've been streaming. And now it's finally showing like, oh, in about 1 year, 4 months, you'll hit 40K. And I'm like, yes. So, hey, there's a possibility that, I don't know, like if things continue going pretty quick the way that they are, it would be nice to get to 40K this year. But that's another like 800, or sorry, that's another like 8,000 people that I would need. So can we get 8,000 more subscribers before the end of the year? Fucking maybe. We'll find out. But the last several days, I've been getting like 100 new subs per day, which is amazing. So thank you all for being here and hanging out. We're having a great time. You'll be at 100K by the end of the year, trust. I would be making so much money. Ah, that would be wonderful. I've always thought if I hit 50K, that would be like, that's like a dream, you know? If I got 100K, that would be enough for me to get a plaque. Plaque. Matt Walsh be like, let's get to that 1,488 likes. True. So, happy birthday to me. My subscriber number is going up. Oh, that's so nice. That is one of the nice things about, you know, you guys can set your names to whatever, and then I can call you by your names. And that's kind of like when you go to Starbucks and you get coffee and you ask the Starbucks person to call you by a certain name. That's like, we suggest this to all the baby transes. So it also works in this situation. If you set your username, I'll call you by your chosen name. And then that gives you the courage to keep it going. I'm doing my part, true. Plaque for the Dragon Horde. Oh god, okay. No, it's not a chat-specific feature. Just, you know, whatever you set your username as. Ooh, I didn't take my midstream pee break, so that's coming up soon, where I'm gonna need to leave so that I can go to the bathroom. Alright. My cat just vomited. That's great. We'll deal with that later. We've been hearing for years, ever since Mr. JBP himself, Mr. Jordan B. Peterson, brought it to our attention years ago in Canada. Like, this draconian law, you're forcing compelling speech, you're making us do trans people's pronouns. How dare you? Like, this law is going to result in people getting arrested. And, then they won't be able to get a job anywhere. It's a whole thing. And we've been having this conversation for like 6 years minimum. When did JBP happen? I don't remember. That was like how he became famous too, was complaining about Canada enshrining workplace harassment protections for trans people. That's what that was, by the way. It was if you repeatedly use the wrong pronouns and name for someone in the workplace, that's workplace discrimination. And nobody, as far as I know, has ever been arrested. Maybe some people received disciplinary action at their jobs. Maybe. But as far as I know, nobody's ever gone to jail. So this is a conversation that we've been having for a while, is, you're forcing us to do this, blah, blah, blah. And if you've been watching my channel more recently, you will know that in America, we're having this extreme backlash where some states are passing laws saying that you cannot use the preferred name and pronouns of a kid, even if the parents want you to. Going so far in Missouri as to make it a crime that would put you on a sex offender registry, because apparently calling a kid by the nickname they've asked for is equivalent to like physically harming a child. So, knowing that that's the direction that things are going in America, we have this article about an event that I think happened in the UK. It looks like it happened in the UK. And I believe, from what I've read, this article is kind of editorializing in a way that we normally wouldn't. So let's look at this. Teacher sacked for, quote, refusing to use transgender students' chosen pronouns. Kevin Lister told a tribunal he felt he was being made to play a role in something he disagreed with, and that the college had overstepped its powers by compelling him to do so. So this is at a college, which means that we're dealing with a situation where adults are having mutual respect for each other. So a student at a college is legally an adult, and they are deserving of basically the equivalent of workplace protections. So, also I have to say that this, like, it is reductive in a way that makes it seem like, ooh, he just refused to use these pronouns and this kid made it such a big deal. We'll get into it though. He refused to refer to, quote, a 17-year-old. Oh, wait, why? Why is a 17-year-old at college? Biologically female student by their preferred male name and he, him pronouns in the A-level lessons. The 60-year-old is claiming unfair dismissal by New College Swindon after he was sacked for gross misconduct in September 22 following complaints by 2 students. Mr. Lister told an employment tribunal in Bristol that when this teenager chose to use male pronouns, it had the effect of, quote, compelled speech, meaning he and fellow students had to follow their wish irrespective of their own beliefs. Yeah, man, that's how basic respect goes. Like, I don't have to agree that your name is Jordan. I could decide to call you Susan. And if I did that persistently enough, and if you kept telling me to stop and I kept doing it, that's harassment. So it really doesn't matter, what you think you should be allowed to call other people. If they find it rude and disrespectful and they tell you that and you don't stop, that's not acceptable. Oh, in some places, college does refer to high school. Okay, cool. I'm just an American and I don't understand Brits. That's my bad. I took issue with the demand on me to socially transition children who are unable to make an informed decision. Oh, like that 17-year-old who's about to be an adult? Oh, that 17-year-old who, at least in the United States, they start recruiting for military enrollment? Like, honestly, you think someone who's almost an adult is being socially transitioned and is unable to make an informed decision? All right, you become magically able to make informed decisions midnight on your 18th birthday, as everybody knows. You are imbued with a magical quality where you're suddenly able to understand the effects of your actions. He continues, the intention of the policy is to encourage children to socially transition and to push them towards transgender lobby groups. It is not the role of a maths teacher to confirm the gender transition and social transition of a student. And then he goes on to misgender the student, saying that the student does not have the right to compel teachers and other students who do not share their views. Okay, like, the victim mentality is, like, off the charts on this. I can't believe you're trying to force me to have basic respect for you. Again, that's what's at issue here. Like, it doesn't matter whether you agree ideologically. It's about having basic human respect for other individuals. But there's also the thing where they're like, this is a lie. You're making me lie. Like, okay, am I making you lie if I'm going by a nickname? You know that that's not my legal biological name. Are you going to start being the arbiter? If someone comes in and their name is Michael and they look like a female, are you going to refuse to call them Michael because you assume that they're trans? Well, guess what, B-word? Michael was originally a girl's name and it became a boy's name in like the 1920s, which is also around the same time that pink stopped being the color associated with baby boys. It literally flipped. It used to be that pink was associated with boys because it's just a milder form of red. It's a vitality. It's a strength. And like baby blue was associated with baby girls. Why has that changed? Who the hell knows? Gender is completely wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. Like, it means nothing. Also, yeah, if a student were to refer to this teacher as ma'am, I'm sure that he would take issue with that and say it's disrespectful. And I'm sure that he would also say, well, that's a different thing because I am actually a man. You can't make me participate in your delusion or whatever. Like, man. He says as a teacher, he has an obligation to teach facts. Oh, man. Are we going to go into any, like, this is talking about the hearing. Does this go into any actual... Okay, yeah, so here we go. When this student asked whether they could enter a nationwide maths competition for girls, he replied, of course you can enter, because you are a girl. That's fucking rude. You could have just said, of course you can enter. Or just, you could have just said yes, and not been a huge dickbag about it. At this point, you are going out of your way to be rude, which is harassment. He was also asked to explain why he had written the student's prior name on the whiteboard. And he says, I put her name on the board in the name that she would be entered into the competition. I don't accept it as a dead name. I make the point that the name I wrote on the board is the name she would be using to enter her into the girls' maths competition. So he is putting this teenager on blast in front of all of their peers, all of his peers, he, him pronouns. So the framing of this as, oh, he just refused to use the pronouns. He didn't just refuse to use the pronouns. He went out of his way to misgender this person, to use the wrong name. Like, why would you put the name on the board? Like, the name that you're writing on the board, it's not like you're submitting that paperwork to the competition officially. Like, on the competition, you could put like, oh yeah, this is the student's name, and they have a preferred nickname so that they can be announced as their preferred nickname. Just, this is how things normally work. But in the classroom, why would you not put the name that all of the peers know them as on the board? Because it's targeted harassment. That's the thing. And whether you think that being trans is a specifically protected characteristic or not, which, by the way, it is, according to the Equality Act 2010, I'm pretty certain. This is from Sky News. Yeah, like, doing this in front of everybody, calling you out in front of everybody, calling you a girl to your face, that is trans-specific harassment, but it is harassment even elsewise. Like, if you're trying to change your name and your teacher is writing your dead name in front of everybody, you're making a whole song and dance about it. Rough draft ass character, no nuance at all. Boring, right? What is with all of these people and how boring they are? When I was a teenager, we always reminded each other that if we're at this point of getting petty with teenagers, we're already losing. Girl, like, why are you trying to be so petty with a teenager? Why are you getting on this level and going, I'm gonna bully a 17-year-old right now? Get something new to do. Oh my god, Charlotte, did your sub literally expire, like, during the course of this stream? That's really funny. Because your name was green earlier, I thought. Oh, man. That's really funny. My college professor was blunt and said, never get in a pissing contest with a student. Like, you are a 60-year-old person, and you think of this person as a child. Why are you deliberately causing pain to a child? Like, you're like, I'm gonna prove a point and make this child's life harder. And, like, I don't think a 17-year-old is a literal child, to be clear. Just, like, if that's your view, that, oh, this is a vulnerable youth, child, baby person who can't make their own decisions about anything. Like, yeah, why are you making that person's life harder? You don't have to, like, go out of your way to make people's lives easier, but you could at least not actively make them harder. What a concept. Yeah, authority has all kinds of nasty effects on people. And he's not, like, unique. I have so many stories I've heard of people talking about teachers power tripping with them when they were teenagers. Like, teachers griefing them. Teachers getting involved in the rumors and the drama. Like, what the fuck is your problem? But hey, he lost his job. Because as awful as the UK is, they do have the Equality Act. It is considered unacceptable to harass someone for these reasons in specific instances, in the workplace, in schools. Even growing up through your teenage years, you'll never forget that one teacher or even more teachers, like that time that they were negative with you, even well into your adult years. Yeah. So, like, good teachers leave a lasting effect. My world history teacher freshman year, I fucking love that dude. I regularly think about things that he said. Love that dude. Like, I didn't have very many overly negative teachers or teachers who caused me that much grief. Dude, my fucking math teacher sophomore year, though, boy, I hated that guy. You know, but he wasn't necessarily, like, mean. Like, if a teacher had been mean to me, that would have been a totally different situation. But I was good academically, so I didn't have that problem, I guess. But yeah, imagine being like a leader in a youth's life and like setting an example. This is the example that you're setting for this teenager. Like, you're telling this teenager that they're not deserving of respect. You're teaching this teenager that people in positions of authority will go out of their way to hurt them. What do you think that like effect is going to be? Do you think you're creating a situation where the kid is going to be like receptive to authority figures in the future? I don't know what you think you're accomplishing here. Yeah, several people in chat here saying like there were teachers who bullied students. I can remember my middle school teacher talking shit about me in an empty classroom with another teacher I didn't even have, and I happened to overhear it in the hall. Man, like, it sticks with you. It's like it's just another Tuesday for the teacher. You're just another group of kids. Like, oh, they'll cycle out. We'll get a new group next year. But you leave a lasting impression on these kids. That's supposed to be one of the appeals of being a teacher, is knowing that you get to have a positive effect on kids. But you know what? This guy's a math teacher. And here's something that I know is that math teachers are the worst teachers. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about people who end up teaching math. I don't think it's like your life's aspiration. I don't think math teachers got there because they wanted to be there. And maybe that's why they are all such awful people. Like, I had one math teacher that I really liked. She was a bad public speaker, but when I was having trouble with that math teacher in 10th grade, I went back to my previous teacher who I'd had in 9th grade, and she tutored me, and she explained everything well, and I understood everything that she said. She was cool. Every other math teacher I've had is like a miserable human being. So it makes perfect sense that he's paying it forward. Yeah, I guess that about wraps it for that segment, which is cool. There was a teacher in the 50s who taught history in my area. I heard people discuss her in a nursing home looking through old yearbooks, talking about how hateful she was and how she kept one of them from finishing high school by a grade difference of 1 point. Those people were literally in their 80s and remembered her in a negative way, literally on their deathbeds. Oh man, imagine being that terrible that you negatively affect people for the entire 80-year run of their lives. That's wild. Oh, goodness gracious. I feel like we've had a pretty successful show tonight, y'all. I feel like it's been a pretty nice show. And I've got this story and I can add it to my stream notes and we can start wrapping up a little bit. Look at that. I actually ended up with 5 segments tonight. Hey! If teachers weren't being targeted by parents, being a math teacher sounds like a fun time. Maybe for like elementary or middle school math. Once you get to high school math, it's not a good time. Yes. Silent. Thank you, Silent Partner, for the $31 dono. That brings us to the stream goal for today. Heck yeah, number go up. Brr. Oh, nope. There we go. Number go up. Brr. That's perfect timing, because it means that I can flex before I leave. I've mentioned wanting to be a science teacher on your streams a few times before. Yeah, like being a science teacher would be cool. 6 segments if you want to pander to the Doctor Who mob. I don't. Fuck them kids. I write smaller than literally anyone I know because my 2nd grade teacher said that I wrote too big. Okay, how am I gonna do this? I guess this has to come off. Very chill stream. Yeah, we like to chill. I'll take off my little dragon because he's holding my shirt in place. Ooh. Okay. The bling stays on. Can't stop the bling. Ooh. The arms, the shoulders. Oh man, the shoulders are so big right now. Arms. There's no... Who is it? Captain whatever? And Captain Cougar in the chat who wants belly? Belly. And I've got this, like, strappy bralette on. Oh, yeah. Back muscles are starting to happen. That's cool. Yeah, on my way to the gun show. We need a routine where the last 10 to 15 minutes of stream is bugs. Do you want that? I can be like, bye-bye. It's time for you to go now. And then put you on the bugs for like 10 minutes. I feel like I've done that before. And people drop off very quickly. So they have parsnip right now. Look at them. They're so into it. They're like, it's so yummy. Delicious parsnip. And cabbage. They like the cabbage. Multiple people want belly, but they're cowards letting that one chatter stay singled out. True. What are they? They're isopods. The specific breed that I have in there, I have some Armadillidium vulgare punta cana morph, but primarily it's a bunch of Porcellanites pruinotis orange cream. And they're cuties. They don't roll. Like the Armadillidium vulgare ones, they do roll. But the main ones that I have in there, they skitter. They're like, and they can't roll up. So, fun. Good times, great oldies. You're still on? Just had a mini meltdown? Listen, don't have a mini meltdown. Or do, and then get back to functionality, I guess. But anyway, it sounds like you're casting a spell when you say their type. It's because it's Latin, babes. Armadillidium vulgare, or Porcellanites pruinosis. I just realized I don't know the names of many bugs. Neither do I. So, anyhow, I have to pee so bad. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for donos, for hanging out, for chatting, for liking, sharing, commenting, subscribing, etc. Vulgar Armadillos will be my punk band name. True. One more flex. It's this fold right here. It's the definition right under the bicep. So, I'm in the middle of a cut right now. I've convinced my body to start losing weight, and so my muscles are going to get more defined. Love it. All right. Love you, babes. We'll see you on Sunday, assuming everything goes well. Have fun out there. Don't be bad, okay? No, don't be bad.